the feat, though, is literally for players who, forgot to do something. Who forgot, and it's just a literal in-game way for them to be like, oh yeah, I've got the thing that I need. Sure. I shove 4 gold pieces into the bag and pull out the thing that I need. That I totally bought while I was in town, I swear, I promise, blink, blink. Okay. Do we have any word on Jay?
He's taking a shower.
Okie dokie.
Really?
All right. I'm going to close Dr. Termer's sheet so you may see that, disappear on your screen. All right. I just need to get Dr. Termer's out of my way so I can see what I'm doing. All right. So I guess when Jay is here and ready, we'll make sure that Jamal is updated. We already know that Citrus will not be joining us. They are having to handle some other shit. Which is unfortunate, but hey, that's just how it is. So I guess otherwise, if y'all are ready, we can do recap and get started.
Oh shit, it's raining. But yeah, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, we're about to get it here. It's gonna rain, says Tim.
It's
gonna raining.
Jay's gonna join us in a second. He took a shower like 30 minutes
ago. An hour ago.
Yeah, actually no, an hour ago, because he said he was going and it was like 5:29. Man,
yeah.
Well, when/if Jay shows up, we'll handle that.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
We'll do that then. Okay, but otherwise, since Citrus isn't here for streaming purposes, we don't need to worry about that. But I guess otherwise, are you set up for recording?
Yeah, I'm recording.
Excellent. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me wet my whistle. Okay. Alrighty. So, a relatively quick recap of last session. So.
Right, while you're recapping, I'm gonna go pee.
Okay. Yeah. You were there. I mean, you were there. You don't need the recap. All right. So, anyways, last session, some shit happened. But basically, what went down is the party arrived in the town of Laurel. Laurel, for descriptive purposes, is a reasonably sizable town. It's got about 7,000 residents, give or take, which in the context of Halfus, that's actually a fairly fucking big settlement. Yeah. It's not the size of Harham, but it is a big one. And it is up at the foot of the foothills, just outside of the mountains. So you can see the mountains in the distance. But it is just, the place is just absolutely covered in trees. It is forest in every single direction. And up close to the town, these forests are broken into large, maintained groves for apple trees and other various fruits and whatnot that they turn here in Laurel to booze of variety stuff. They also make jams and jellies and all that sort of thing. And right now, actually, funny enough, Halfus has just reached the technological point where you could go anywhere and actually order Jello. So they have powdered gelatin as a thing now, which means high cuisine at the moment is looking like stuff from the 70s, where it's what can we suspend in Jello and then serve and call it a salad?
Oh, great.
So yeah, this world is currently going through that.
Ew,
Tim loves it.
The Jello phase.
Yeah, they're going through the Jello phase.
Jello?
but well, not just vegetables, fish and other things suspended in jelly.
Yeah,
I think Callie would be more okay with the fish than the vegetables, honestly.
I mean, probably actually. But that weird grossness aside, this place makes a lot of like agricultural stuff that's related to, if it comes from or out of a tree, like they make stuff with it here. So there's a lot of like nuts and fruits, and then all of the various like jams, jellies, pastes, pastries, like all of that sort of stuff. They make a boatload of it here, but their main export, the thing that they are known for, is booze. They make a lot of mead. They make a lot of wines. They make a lot of just refined liquors, all that kind of stuff. Like this is what they make here. And the population is generally known to be sort of like artsy fartsy. Their second production that they do is a whole bunch of like artistic stuff. But the party has found, as they have come into this little town here at the edge of basically the Smoky Mountains, you can honestly, I think you could think of been there. If you've ever been to like Galveston or anything like that, it's a lot like that. But either way, here in Laurel, they have found that the Greywind Point section of town is where most of the businesses are located. And then the Oak Crown section is where most of your residential and stuff that's related specifically to all of the various plantations and orchards and stuff like that. That's where all of those things live. So most of the population is like in that like south like ring area right there on the map. And the party has found out that like when you're talking to the regular citizen, they seem to be pretty chill and relax. But the second a guard shows up, well, it's a bit different. The guards seem to have a bit of a hate boner, quite honestly, towards people who are disruptive, and they very clearly have a sort of prejudice against automatons. Specifically, as to the exact reason for that, it hasn't actually been stated in game, but generally the idea is that Laurel, while it was unaffected by the Secession War, really, and it honestly like came out with fucking flying colors back during the war with the kingdom. They don't like the military. Like for weirdly, their guards here are like highly militant, but the culture in and of itself, which includes the guards, doesn't like the imperial military.
That's
and yeah, it's a bit weird, true. But the other thing that they are very like big on is the fact that they don't like guns, to the point where they have explicitly told you guys, it doesn't matter if you're even defending your own fucking. If you open fire with a gun inside of town, you will be seen the inside of a jail cell. So
it's like Tim's going to use some hands.
Yeah, you're going to catch some guard hands.
Bars cannot hold me.
I can break these cuffs.
I am steel.
You can't break those cuffs.
I can break these cups.
You're right. I can't break them. I'll just
melt. Oh wait.
Other notable things is that in the courtyard of trees, yes, spelt incorrectly on the map. In the courtyard of trees, where they have their like main market area, you guys found cold weather clothing and stuff like that. Y'all got some like fucking like coat upgrades because it's been kind of windy and cold and wet up here, as the
big old fur coat. That's right.
Yeah, as the average temperature has dropped. As we are going to be picking up here in game, it is roughly about 9 in the morning, and the temperature outside, even though it is at the moment relatively sunny, but the temperature outside is about 49 degrees.
Ooh, that's nice. That's
so
comfy.
It's nippy, but like not terrible. But you're still going to catch a fucking cold though if you're like rocking it out in like shorts and a t-shirt. So either way, the thing is that after the party got here, Torque mentioned that when she had visited this place at a previous location, she had stayed at a inn called the Stupors Relief. So the party went up to the Stupors Relief and all got rooms there. During the evening, there was noise, and since Tim was the only one who was awake due to his, automaton nature, Tim investigated this, and Tim spotted somebody who was roughly human-sized, roughly human-shaped, moving around, and he gave chase and noticed them doing a flying leap like out of a third-story window across a double-lane road to a whole other building. He only caught the briefest glimpse of them, so he doesn't really have any details or anything to go on. He just knows that they wear armored, high-heeled shoes of some variety. However, though, while Tim was like reeling in his grappling hook that he had fired at the escaping figure, that's when one of the staff showed up and was like, "Hey, what was all this noise? And also, why, Robot Man, are you inside of this room that isn't yours?" Tim gave a basic explanation, and everybody went back to bed. The night went through, and then in the morning, as people are just beginning to wake up, Tim, back in his room on the second floor, notices the staff guy who talked to him the previous night leave the building, and then a few minutes later come back with like 20 guards. So Tim decides to tell Lariel, who is, for reasons unexplained, his like roommate, but he tells or not Lariel, Laria, he tells Laria, hey, I'm gonna go to the annex, meet me there later, and then he like flips open the window, jukes the guards after they've walked in through the front door, and then runs down the street and away. So Laria is the only one who knows about Tim's actual location. The guards otherwise did show up. They, wanted to know where he was. Laria was like, I just woke up, which wasn't exactly a lie. And then everyone else was like, I don't know, which again wasn't a lie because they don't know. But Tim made it all the way down towards the almost adult annex, as marked there on the map. And some guards gave chase, and he was able to, again, slip their clutches with the help of a friendly local catfolk woman who helped Tim out and then, pointed how he could get out through the, wearing of little apartments and whatnot over here. This is, I don't want to call it a ghetto, but, it's pretty fucking ghetto.
You can get.
Yeah, it's
low income neighborhood.
Low income neighborhood, let me tell you. So then Tim did perhaps the funniest thing I think I have ever seen any D&D character or Pathfinder character ever do, where he's like, how do I avoid getting noticed by the guards? I know, I'll disguise myself as a magnet for guard attention. A homeless person.
I'll disguise. It's like, okay. I remember when he said that, I was like, how are you going to disguise yourself as a homeless person when you look like a robot?
Well, Tim...
If you got on a little fancy coat.
Tim does have a big coat, and he does have a big hat. So, he can sort of hawk up the collar and bring down the rim on his hat and everything.
Bought that 10-gallon hat.
Yeah, so he can sort of disguise the fact that he is an automaton. If somebody doesn't looking close enough, they might just assume that he's a human. But yeah, so that's basically where we had left off. Some other things that came up that was sort of interesting is that after asking in the Courtyard of Trees, Callie found out that there is a artist studio basically down the street from there, where there is an artist who is called Verdant Love, who is known as a remembrance artist and is somebody who could most likely do as Callie would like and use her appearance to sort of infer what Callie's mom would have looked like, and then do a illustration of Callie's mom. So that's why Verdant Love is marked there on the map. Other than that, the other thing that happened was while Tim was in shutdown and everyone was at the Stupors Relief and just sort of like, relaxing, having dinner, that sort of thing, there was some discussion about the symbol that has appeared on that little medallion piece, which is currently in the Seamus's possession. But that little medallion piece has a emblem on it, which basically looks like a pentagram, automaton head, at the top point, and then hands at the sides, and then feet at the little bits on the bottom of that 5-pointed star. And that same symbol is on the inside on Tim's arm. And while Tim was in shutdown mode, Callie, given that she normally works on him for like maintenance and whatnot, popped open that hatch and examined the two pieces together and talked about it and asked some questions and whatnot, with the apparent thing that the party had forgotten the fact that Tim doesn't actually go unconscious, and when he's in shutdown mode, he's actually completely aware of his surroundings. So he's just sitting there politely listening to you guys talk while you're treating him like a piece of furniture.
Well, we didn't treat him like a piece of furniture. It was more Torque treated him like a piece of furniture.
No, Torque did not treat him like a piece of furniture. She very specifically did not do that. You guys were talking about him directly in front of him, and Torque was the one who came over and redirected the attention that was going, and it was like patting him on the back, like, it's okay, buddy. But anyways,
very kind of her.
But anywho, those were the other two things that had transpired. So here we are at, like I said, about 9 a.m. The weather outside is partially cloudy. It's still relatively sunny at the moment. Like I said, it's about 49, 50 degrees outside. So, nippy. But there's that. Most of the guards, after about 20 or so minutes, looking around the premises, talking to the party, other staff, and other patrons who are there at the Stupors Relief, most of them leave. 5 guards remain, though, to stick around, make sure they get full statements from everybody and all that sort of stuff. So there's still some guards on the premise, but the party is not at the moment being particularly intruded on by them. There are other patrons here at the Stupors Relief, which you guys didn't really see much of last night as y'all came in late. But now that everybody's getting up in the morning, some other patrons that are here are a couple of Colo individuals. Colos, again, is just the new Pathfinder name for gnolls. So, they're large-sized dog people. There's a couple of Colos. There are also a collection of other, humans and whatnot around. They are very obviously, caravan people. Traders, that sort of thing. And they're all getting breakfast, answering, guard questions and whatnot. Most of them are I heard something, but, I just rolled over and went back to sleep. Like that. They didn't see shit anyways, so it's not like they're exactly being helpful.
Good.
But yeah, other than them though, you guys do stick out quite clearly as not from around here.
Callie's gonna make some Bravo brew and then wait, is it? No, Blood Eye coffee. Sorry, not Bravo brew. She's gonna make some Blood Eye coffee and then she's gonna drink it.
Bravo.
All right.
So,
coffee.
She's gonna drink some Blood Eye coffee. She's gonna test her luck today.
fucking 17-year-old fish girl just rolling it down. All right. Actually, let me check that real quick. It's the Blood Eye.
Yeah. Don't have to roll a
Blood Eye coffee
or whatever.
All right, Blood Eye coffee. Yes, you will need to make a fortitude save after 10 minutes.
Oh. All right. Well,
That's good enough. So 10 minutes later, Callie makes a 25, so Callie is okay. But after that 10 minutes, it does kick in. And for the next 8 hours, Callie has a +1 item bonus to AC and saves to which you are taking penalties caused by the fatigue condition.
All right.
Coffee.
Well, Callie's gonna like go over to Seamus and be like, "Well, now all the guards are gone. Do you want to go see this Vernon Love guy? Government name, apparently.
Government name, yeah. Let's go pay him a little visit.
All right." Callie says, "Well, like jittering the coffee in her hand."
She's vibrating. Okay, so Callie and Seamus, at least, are making plans to go visit Vernon Love. Laria, you're the only one with any information whatsoever on where Tim is, and everyone has noticed that Tim has not showed up. Obviously, the guards are asking about his location. So Laria is the only one who actually knows where Tim is, and it's up to her on whether or not she tells anybody. So,
well, Laria would just go with him to Vernon Love because she knows like he's nearby.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna go with. I'm going to say that for purposes of not having to like keep shit wild, I'm going to say that like June and
So like
Torque.
While we're walking over there, do we talk about this?
That's up to you.
That's up to you if you want to have that conversation. But I am just going to also say though that June and Torque, since June is not going to be available, I'm just going to have them in NPC mode. They're going to stick around here at Cooper's Relief while you guys go check out. Torque says that while you guys are gone, she will ask around and see if she can find out any more information about the actual quest that's brought y'all to this location.
Wait.
Yeah.
She will make a bardic lore check at the end of the day for additional information. Okay, so the party.
Do I stop by the courtyard of trees and get the new winter clothing that I also bought? Because you said it would take a day, right?
Yep.
For them to.
Yes, that is correct. It would take them until the next day to get that. So your first location would need to go back to the courtyard of trees and talk to the clothing merchant there. And they do, in fact, have the adjusted outfit for you. The adjusted outfit that they have made for you counts as cold weather clothing. So as far as Callie having cold weather clothing, if those birds and whatnot come up again, she's got that. And in addition to it being cold weather clothing, it will also hold one additional bulk worth of alchemical items without that doesn't affect your like max carry limit.
Sweet, I can carry another bomb in my pocket.
Yep.
Don't say that out loud.
Cyanide bomb.
Yeah, one extra mini nuke in your back pocket.
She does end up saying it out loud, and the merchant just gives her like children are so funny.
The merchant does that like freeze in place of. I'm just going to pretend like I didn't hear that.
I just know.
Everyone
just gonna
in the party
know.
is just like, oh, don't worry, she jokes a lot. She's just kidding.
Kids say the damnedest things.
Absolutely.
But just let's give this a
Kids say the damnedest domestic terrorist shit.
All right, so like you guys would have like 2 minutes worth of just walking time before you even get here if Laria wants to bring up the Tim issue. So on the way to pick up
missing
clothing, Laria, do you want to bring up the Tim issue?
She would. She would bring it up.
What do you say about Tim?
She just probably say, "Have you guys noticed that someone's missing?"
Yes.
Do you guys even care that he's not here?
I have noticed that somebody is missing, and that somebody. But I've also noticed that, for whatever reason, it's probably not a good one, considering the guards woke us up.
Yeah, what happened?
I hope he's all right, not pretending to be some homeless man.
That would be unusual. Yeah.
I hope
I hope
he didn't go down an alleyway. Almost got caught by the cops and had to climb through a hooker's windowsill to get away. I would hate for that to happen to him.
What an odd thing to say.
Terrible.
Oddly specific.
What an oddly specific thing to say.
For some reason, that's on a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
I climbed through the window and
It's on a T-shirt, and every other word is in a different fucking.
It's in a different.
I visited Greywood Point, and it's just that hole.
I visited Greywood Point and
Yeah, exactly.
Kelly asked, since you were bunking with him, did he say anything, or did he come back last night after that loud ass crashing sound he made last night? At least it sounded like a crashing sound because Dr.
She was
Tremor
saying
recreating the sound.
I heard some noise, but he didn't come back until the morning, and unfortunately, I had to cover for him.
Oh damn!
While I was sleepy.
Oh shit! Well, he must have done something real bad this time. He must have done something real bad this time. But then again, he probably wouldn't even need to do something real bad. He probably would just need to do something accidental, and they'd probably kick him out of this town because, from far as I could tell, they don't want him here.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he did, but
Did he?
I'm guessing it was bad enough for him to just jet.
I guess. I just thought of something funny. Instead of putting a bomb in that extra pocket, you just got Dr. Tremors with his new little mitten on his hand, just sitting in the pocket, and it's like a front pocket, and he's sitting in the front pocket, in front of Callie. This pocket is very Dr. Tremors sized.
Pocket is fitting one Dr. Tremors.
It's like a baby pocket.
Although Larry would just say
it's like a kangaroo pouch.
It's got little holes for his legs and tail to poke out of.
That'd be really funny. Did he tell you he was going anywhere before he pieced the fuck out and disappeared on all of us?
She would say, "Yeah, do you guys want to go look for him?
I mean,
now or later?"
Hell no. Callie says, "Hell no." He knew I was doing this today. I ain't changing my schedule.
Well, I mean, it's fine. We can look for him later, because I know you gotta go somewhere.
I specifically told him we were doing this tomorrow. He can come in whenever it feels like it. He knows where we will be.
Yes, because it's definitely my choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know how Callie is.
I'm certainly not being hunted.
I'd imagine Callie just pulls out like a schedule book, and she's like, it says right here, 10 o'clock, we visiting Vernon Love. It doesn't say 10 o'clock, we're going to go find this guy who decided to shoot his grapple gun or whatever in the middle of the night and cause a ruckus and then get chased by some guards.
That's not until 11.
That is clearly scheduled for next Tuesday.
Well, she would just say well, wherever he is, I'm pretty sure we can easily spot him.
Yeah, Brian.
Okay.
It'd be really bad if he was pretending to be a homeless person or something.
That would be. That would be.
In the distance, we hear a mechanical. In the distance, we hear a mechanical achoo.
Dude, it'd be funny if we just saw him on the down the street and he was just oh god, he's pretending to be a homeless person. And we notice straight away that he doesn't look very homeless.
Hey, there's a homeless guy over there with Tim's hat that's shaped exactly like Tim.
Who has a dog that looks exactly like Brick.
It's a Tim-shaped homeless man.
That homeless man looks just like Tim. Must be a coincidence. You wouldn't do that.
Oh my god.
This
I didn't know what
is
else to do. I had to hide.
This is so good. This is so good. You guys may have noticed your character sheets opening and closing. That was me checking something because I got to make a roll here.
Gonna add Tim's homeless man stat.
It's Tim's
homeless man stat.
The real homeless man was Tim.
Is it us spotting him as a homeless man? Is that what we're doing a check for?
It's not for spotting Tim, no.
Oh no!
But it is for noticing something in your local environment.
Oh
Great.
god! Is it guards?
Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it.
Okay, all right.
I can hear Johnny laughing in the distance.
Don't worry about it at all. Okay. But Callie, you are given this, like clothing, and then step into the dressing room so that you can like change. It does in fact fit very well. So like the merchant who also works on clothing knows what they're fucking doing. So yeah, they've got all that like set up for you. And since you guys are here in the Courtyard of Trees before you head off to Verdant Love, is there any other shopping or anything you guys want to do while you're here?
No, not really, no.
All right. Well, if you guys are otherwise done shopping, then it's onward to Verdant Love. And while you guys are making short trip down to the studio, we're gonna fucking GTA 5 style pull up into the clouds and then zoom back down over here to an alleyway where Tim is currently in the middle of a random encounter. Tim, I am going to actually need you to make a perception check.
Oh.
Great way to start the day.
Damn.
Excellent. Is Brick currently manifest?
Yes, Tim would to pull off the full homeless man look.
Then let Brick also make a perception check.
Yeah, Brick is also homeless now.
Well, all homeless people have dogs.
Okay, so Tim, you get the idea in your head of like, okay, I'll just pretend to be a homeless person because everybody ignores homeless people, except for guards, which are currently looking for me. But there's some logic in there, I guess. So you hunker down, you turn up your collar, and you pull your hat down a little bit further, and you're just sort of like shump yourself up into the corner between the alleyway floor and the wall here of this building. And just you're thinking to yourself, okay, if I was homeless, what do I do? And as you're like thinking about that, you're starting to think like, wait a minute, these clothes are kind of clean. Homeless people are dirty. Maybe I should do something about that to better fit in. That's when you hear the like click from Brick as his like ears like go into perk position, and in his like as his like head rotates to look down the alleyway, and you get the full information from Brick that there is a figure who has just entered into the alleyway about 35 feet away from you. They are again human-sized, maybe a bit shorter than Tim is, but they're pretty average human size and build. They are wearing dirty, layered, bulky clothing, and they come down the alleyway. And they get about like halfway, say like another like 50, between the end of the alleyway and where you're at, and they stop at a trash can, and they open up the trash can and they start rummaging around in the trash can. They do like glance at you and Brick a couple of times, but they don't say or do anything. At least in this like first like 30 seconds or so, as they're like digging around in a garbage can about 15 feet away from you.
I can't make out any features other than their clothes, right?
Well, now that they're closer and whatnot, again, because much like you're doing, they have a big broad hat. They've got their collar like turned up. They've got a scarf, all that sort of stuff. But the bits and pieces of the person that you can see under there looks human. Looks probably male.
Okay.
Honestly, the clothing's so bulky it would be difficult to tell.
Gotcha. Okay. The trash can that they're rummaging through, is that the only trash can there?
Well, no, there's actually several trash cans. This is a small trash can, like a few feet away, and then right next to you, there's like the big dumpster.
Is there one that's like closer to them? Not like right next to them, just like within, I don't know, 10, 15 feet of them? Or I guess more like 8, 9?
Yeah. There's another small trash can that's relatively close, roughly about that distance, maybe like 10 feet or less.
Tim's gonna get up and walk over to that trash can and also start rummaging to like just kind of get closer to try and initiate some kind of contact.
You rummage through here often?
Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna credit right here to Pineapple. Full credit goes. You rummage around here often.
The figure lifts, leans up so that they're standing straight, and they like lift their hand out of the garbage can. They've got like a fucking like half-eaten apple that they've just pulled out of there. That's looking, not exactly like clean, but also not like that terribly dirty. But they like pull that out and like look at you, and they're like, "Yeah, I do. That's my can."
Oh.
How about you get out of my can?
My bad.
No, he's gonna get into a territorial dispute with the homeless man. The homeless man's gonna pull out a shiv and he's gonna start like waving it around, telling him to get away from his
That's my trash can.
Homeless man fight.
Bum fight.
Now,
bum fight.
Bum fight. Let's go.
Makes me think of the scene from Indiana Jones, where the homeless man's doing shoots the knife and he just takes out the gun and shoots him.
I was thinking of that scene in that one JonTron video where he was like, he was talking about like the homeless man only like waving the knife around for territorial display or whatever. And then he's gonna go back to his hole or whatever.
Him is gonna politely step back and then just pretend, quote unquote, to drop just like 10 silver coins as he walks past the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a deception check, Tim.
My deception's not great. Well, it's better than none.
That's not bad, actually.
No, that's not bad. Well, you shuffle past and like drop out some like coins and whatnot, which clatter on the cobblestones, and he looks over, at that, looks at you, like quite clearly you're the only location that could have come from, and he lets you walk. He doesn't say anything. He lets you walk like a few more steps before he like crouches down and like starts picking up some coins, and after he's gotten like 2 or 3 of them, he looks up at you from his like crouched position, and he reaches up and like tips his hat back so you can see more of like this guy's face, and he is again pretty fucking human looking. His facial features and everything says to you imperial human, so like the most of the humans around here.
Most human.
Yeah, so he appears again mostly human, but he looks at you. He is also, just so you know, middle-aged something, but he's been living kind of rough, so he's kind of a little splotchy, wrinkled up, that kind of thing. But he picks up a couple of those coins and he says, "Hey man, you dropped these."
You can keep them. I got enough where I'm going. And then Tim's gonna like try and boot scoot and boogie around this corner.
All right.
Come back around this direction.
All right. So you are scooting back towards the annex?
That's him, officer. That's the robot
Yeah.
that dropped 10 silver coins.
He did it. He done
All
did
right.
it.
So you come back over here to the corner. Quick glance. You don't see any guards. The alleyway is with this, slightly broader, slightly better lit alleyway, is still mostly like empty. Although you can see that, like, in the short amount of time since you've been doing this, you can see the like sign on the window in front of like the annex has like switched over from closed to open. But other than that, though, you don't see anybody. There is traffic right down here, like 40 feet away in this main road. There is, traffic up here, and you can obviously hear people getting up and moving. At the moment, this alleyway is.
Tim is going to probably wait for about 3 or 4 minutes and be like, I told him annex, and so they should be. And then he goes, I know where they're at. He will attempt to, as sneakily as possible, scoot to over here.
Okay, so you're gonna like go across the main street, hit this alleyway, and then scoot on down. Okay. Well, at this corner, you have regular traffic. You don't really see any guards or anything like that, but there obviously are plenty of people walking around. And Tim, I'm going to ask you to make another perception check.
Roll high.
Okay.
Make sure your dog rolls it too.
Damn.
My rolling has gone back to normal. Yeah, I'll roll it for brick too.
I mean, not good, not bad. That's not good, not bad either.
There you go.
Proficient. It is proficient.
It is.
Why is it that when we got companions, they always roll in somewhere in the same area?
Yeah.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary or anything like that going on over here.
A soldier just comes up with him and he's like, "Hey, sir, have you seen this man?" And it's a picture of him.
He's like, "No, I haven't seen it, man."
It's a crudely drawn picture of him. Yeah.
Tim starts getting irate and then like, calm down, it's just drawing.
There wasn't in the annex. There didn't happen to be like a costume shop, was there?
There wasn't anything that said costume shop, but there's definitely clothing for sale.
I was looking for like a mask, something I could like put over my robot head.
Masks. They have masks.
Flesh mask.
That would probably draw more attention. So I'm not really looking.
Like, okay, so instead of a homeless man, you stroll out of the alleyway looking like a fucking emaciated gimp.
Yeah, it's not really what I'm looking for.
I was gonna say some fucking actor on Broadway, but that works too, I guess.
That's very true. I guess not in the annex specifically, just in these like collections of buildings. But if there wasn't anything nearby, then I guess not.
God, like that one background yordle in
Yeah.
fucking Arcane, that's just like walking down the hallway in the whorehouse.
What are you? Okay.
Okay.
I will.
So, anyways,
I will sneak into this alleyway and see if I can't hide somewhere. Not try and pull the homeless man thing anymore. Just attempt to hide so I'm not within sight.
Okay, then I am going to need you to make a stealth check.
All right. Because I don't want to go directly in Verdant Love because that seems to be a somewhat populated building, and if a guard pops in while I'm there, it's just a bust down fight. So I'm not.
Oh yeah, and as you get close, and of course as the rest of the party also gets into the area, this location is busy. Like there are people coming and going. All right, 13. Tim's got a 13.
I don't have great stealth. I have +2 to stealth.
All right, so
robot.
So Tim gets over here. I'm going to say that Tim is going to actually be in the interior part of this like clearing area because there's traffic going on through here, and if he's going to even attempt to be stealthy, he would need to be outside of the main traffic.
Yep.
All right. He's still not very stealthy, but he's outside.
He's just not in the main four-way.
All right. So Tim, you look for cover, and as you are looking for cover, and like again trying to like settle yourself somewhere where you don't seem to be, conspicuous. Inside of this building, it is a big, like, think like a big warehouse sort of like building. And it has been like turned into sort of like studio apartments. And these studio apartments are basically have like a commons area, and then they have a quote unquote like open floor plan sort of like thing going on because they have actual artists using them as actual studios to produce art. Mainly it is painters, but there is at least to sculpting, and there is who has like clay and tile pieces and all that sort of stuff. And they're like, all of the stuff that's being produced here is actually pretty fucking pretty to look at. It's all very nice, quite honestly. But one over in the corner, specifically has like a little sign that says Verdant Love. And the thing that makes it stand out amongst all of the rest of them is that it is covered in like pencil sketches. So like imagine like a like a big sheet of canvas paper, that's like 2 feet by 3 feet, and then on it is a highly detailed, shaded in, like pencil portrait of somebody. So like whoever is making these has true, legitimate skill. And as the party approaches up to it, the artist comes out from the studio apartment with one of these big pieces of paper. And they also have like a stool, and they come out, place the stool, stand up on it, and then like, put this like new piece up on the wall. And Verdant Love, assuming that this is Verdant Love, is a 3-foot tall acorn with a human face.
An acorn?
A 3-foot
Art is
tall
subjective, I guess.
acorn with like legs and arms and a human face right in the middle of it that is, still part of the acorn. It doesn't look like a human head wearing an acorn hat.
Cal's like, well, I'm not one to judge. I lived with swag my entire life. This isn't that weird.
No, it's not that weird. Also, you have a 3-foot tall mushroom person standing right next to you. As Verdant Love.
You're telling me if Callie were to stand next to this person, she would be 1 foot taller and be looking down at them?
Yeah, you're 1 foot taller than this acorn. As this is another Leshy.
Because they are just plant people. That's very cool.
Yes, they are. They are plant people, and they're not very big generally. But
nudges like Larry and is like, cousin of yours.
Wow.
You just have Swags just like kind of stifle his laughter a little bit.
Hey man, everyone's been racist to her entire life. I feel like it's fine for her to give some to other people. Okay.
I mean, I guess.
Hurt people, I guess.
Oh my god.
There's coping and then there's bad coping. But either way.
You would just say, no, I've never seen this person in my entire
life. Coping, and then there's
never seen this man in my life.
But yeah, this is
really quick. Just final thing before obviously we're going to deal with find Tim. Can just do a perception check in the area that he's looking for to see if he can see any of those high heels or tabaxi people wearing high heels.
You know what? since you are settling yourself up to be inconspicuous, but you can definitely still see but you can still see traffic. Sure. Make a perception check for yourself and for Brick.
There's the rolls I was looking for.
God damn. That's still pretty good.
That is pretty good, yeah.
Go Brick.
All right. So, Tim, you do not see high heels. At least not the variety, that you got a brief glimpse of.
Yeah.
I mean, you do see plenty of people, including, catfolk, who are walking around, and the catfolk even have their own version of high heels. But you see plenty of them, and you're like, is that it? Nope. Is that it? Nope. Is that it?
Yeah.
No.
So
this is
looking at feet.
yeah. So if you're a homeless man looking at feet,
sir, you're making everyone in the courtyard uncomfortable.
You're making people uncomfortable.
Look at us on the street.
Okay, so Tim, you don't see any. You don't see the right kind of shoes or anything like that, but you do hear the telltale click, clack, that hard of metallic heels hitting stone. Like somebody walking. That's got that click, click, and there's just something, in your mind that's telling you that's something. That is something.
Wait a minute.
It is near you.
Who are you?
It is very near you. It is slightly above you, so perhaps in one of the upper stories of one of the buildings around you. I will go ahead and tell you that it is, from your perception, very, very fucking likely that it is in the artist's studio.
In Verdant Love.
In the same place, where Verdant Love is.
Oh, no. In the same place.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Which I don't know if you can point out which building in this loop I heard it from.
Specifically the one where the X is. That large building right there. It is a 3-story building. The ground floor is where all the studio apartments are that have the actual artist studios in them. The second and third floor, nobody knows, but there is a second and third which have windows and all that sort of stuff. The outside part of this building, Tim, is, yes, climbable, and you do have a grappling hook. Just thought I'd point that out.
Is anybody in? Just okay, cool. Not right now. I'll wait. Let this other thing go through.
I just thought I'd point that out. But inside the building, Verdant Love, after he puts up this portrait of it's a very beautifully well done portrait of a honestly kind of raggedy looking human man. Who's smiling and all that sort of stuff, but they've had a rough life, whoever this is a portrait of. But after hanging that up and claps his little wooden hands together, puts his fists on his acorn hips to give it a look, and then turns around and sees the party coming up. And now, as you guys have been moving through town, people have been giving Mr. Servos a general sort of wide berth. They haven't been shying away hardcore, but everyone's been giving a wide. That is a mobile construct with a cannon attached to it. We're just gonna not get close. And I have a question: is Callie riding Mr. Servos or walking next to?
I think she'd be walking. She'd be riding in until she gets into the courtyard and then comes up. She'd be walking next to him now.
Okay.
All right. She's got trimmers in the big pouch in the front of her new clothes.
Yeah. So Verdant Love turns around and sees the party. Focuses on Mr. Servos for a second. Looks at Callie. Kind of just scans everybody. He lingers for a moment on Laria, but then he hops down from his stool and takes a couple of steps forward and holds out his one of his little hands towards the party, and he's like, "Greetings! You are in the presence of verdant love. How may I help you? Are you here for a portrait?"
Yeah, I am. I'm. Callie kind of like scratches the side of her helmet. Is like, yeah, I'm here for like a remembrance portrait, as you guys call it.
Ah, a remembrance portrait. I can definitely do. Let me ask you, first of all, Miss, what is your name?
Oh, my name is Callie Fino. Fino. Callie Fino.
Ah, all right. Well, then, Miss Fino, if you are seeking a remembrance portrait, normally people who come to me for that service are looking to have a memento of a lost loved one. Is this the situation for you?
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, multiple missed loved ones, but yes, it is.
Ah, well, my condolences to you, miss. Is this a recent loss, or has there been some time?
Oh, it was a while ago. It was like she starts counting on her fingers, only for her to realize, yeah, no, it was she got, she don't have enough fingers, to count the years. Over 10, like it was over 10 years ago. She says, like a while ago.
Well, still, those things can hurt all throughout life, but time, I'm sure you've been told, is somewhat of a healer in those sort of things. If I may inquire, who would this be a remembrance portrait of?
My mom and my dad.
You don't happen to have any pre-existing artwork of them, do you?
No, all I have left that is my resemblance and my brother's resemblance. And that's about it.
When you mention your brother, like you see his eyes like tick over everybody else in the your group, like, are one of these other people secretly an Azarketi guy?
And then Callie like notices, he's like, oh, he's not here. Currently, we couldn't take him with us. Some things happened. Won't go into it, but yeah, some things happened recently. He had to stay home.
Ah, well, it may be a bit difficult then for me to put together an image of your father, but I could definitely put one together for your mother if you've got the time to sit and let me examine you.
Callie's like, looks over at the party. He's like, all right, yeah, I got the time.
All right. Well, ma'am, and he grabs the stool and like pulls it around and like sets it down. He's like, "Have a seat, please." And then he looks at the rest of the party and he's like, "This may take a little bit of time. Can I interest any of you in a portrait of yourselves or of a loved one?" Although he does, again, he lingers a little. Larry, and he does. He says to Larry, he's like, although if you're here for a remembrance portrait, I'm afraid it may simply be the best that I can do to ad-lib that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not here. I'm just here with Callie.
Emotional support. I understand. Well, ma'am, and again he turns back to Callie. If you would please just take a seat and
Do you need me to take
can
off
you?
the helmet?
That would be best. I do need to see your all of your facial features.
Callie then goes and takes the helmet off like usual, and then it does its cartoony poof into an afro, and then she's like patting it down.
All right. So if you'll just take a seat here and give me a moment, let me get some tools to do some measurements. And he turns around, and you see him go like into like essentially the back room. There's an open door, but like you see him go into the back room, and he starts grabbing like calipers and rulers and other little things like that, so he can take precise measurements of like Callie's facial features and everything. While he is doing that, I need Seamus to make a perception check.
Oh. Perceive. Damn.
Okay. Damn. Indeed. Damn. I need to check. I need to check a thing. Let's see here. What is this exact action?
Oh God.
It's called Launch Nuke.
It's called press the big red button that we didn't notice in the back of the studio that has a glass covering over it.
That says break in case of nuke.
Break in case of emergency.
What emergency would require a nuke? Any emergency.
All emergencies require nukes, if you think about it. Okay. Okie fucking dokily.
Uh-oh.
All right. So, anyways, Tim.
Moving on.
While Callie is like taking a seat and nobody notices anything, Tim, there are not a lot of people on the inside part of the courtyard here. And so that we're clear, like there is a solid fucking wall in between you and the rest of the party. There are a couple of windows, but like since Vernon's got like a corner studio, the window that looks in on his isn't facing the doorway, so that like you see through the window and see Callie just sitting there on the other side. So at the moment, you guys are literally cannot perceive each other. But like I said, there's a couple of people here in the courtyard. None of them are paying specific attention to. If you want to enter the building, you would have to go around to the main street to get to the main entrance. Like I said, though, there is a window right here, Vernon's studio. There's also windows above it that go into the second and third floor.
How high up is the window that I heard the footsteps at?
As clearly as you heard those footsteps, the person would need to have been on the second floor, probably at the corner of the building that you're at. So just about like 15 or so feet up.
All right. Can I get as close to that wall as I can and cast Detect Magic?
Yeah, you can.
Because I cannot do that at will.
Okay. Wait a minute. Wouldn't that set me off too?
Well, I mean, he would detect all magic that he's not familiar with.
Oh, I see.
But it would mean though that he would detect magic that he is familiar with and can then choose to ignore it, which means he would know that the party is there because he's familiar with you guys' magic. Okay, so Tim does detect magic, which is a 30-foot emanation which washes through the corner office or the corner studio that is Vernon's place. There is a lot of magic in there that pings and pangs. You get a blank shape that is the exact shape of your party members, also on the other side of the wall. So you're like, oh.
Tim can't grit his teeth, but if he did, he would have.
But you get that in the at the edge of your detection thing, in your sphere that emanates out from around you. So in the upper corner where that above second floor apartment would be, you get the ping of several different objects. So there's magic here in the studio that's right through the window where you can see a little like digging out various like calipers and measuring tape and all that sort of stuff, as well as plenty of like artist tools and all that sort of jazz. The party is right around the corner, and then there's something up above it that's also magical.
So I was thinking of doing a high jump, so I didn't have to do my grappling hook. I guess I could still climb. But high jump requires a running start, and if I don't pass a DC 30 athletics, then I fall prone. Or if I pass,
you'd have,
normally
Plus, also, if you do that, that's going to be extremely obvious to every single person there.
Yeah, that's true.
However, you just trying to climb the wall, you could theoretically do that with
that's true.
grabbing a lot of attention.
I'm gonna try and like climb the wall as nonchalantly as one can climb a wall.
Okay, so
the homeless man climbing the building.
There's a homeless man Spider-Man-ing his way up the building. Okay, okay, Robot, I'm gonna need you to make a athletics check. The DC for this is a DC 15.
19.
There you go. All right. You pretty easily climb up. I am also going to, however, ask you to make a stealth check, and this has a -2 circumstance penalty to it. So just roll a stealth check.
Is there anything Brick can do to assist me in that?
Brick could try to cause a distraction. You know, by trying to get people to look in the other direction by running over there and barking.
Yes, that would be really good. If
on like somebody and the guy starts yelling at the dog.
Yes, okay.
This dog just urinated on me.
This dog peed on me. Brick is going to run to the opposite side and just start doing backflips.
Okay.
Flipsy.
All right, so he goes over and starts doing that thing that I'm absolutely terrified of as a child. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
so Tim or Brick is actually causing a distraction, which is an actual act. So let's make a distraction check.
What is that?
Let's see here.
You just hear, like, you start doing backflips and you start hearing the circus music. Just.
Okay, let's see here.
He pulls up, he makes a whole stand in the back corner, and it literally says "The Amazing Brick" on it.
The amazing,
Is
the
it
amazing
performance?
Brick. I don't know. I think for this situation, it would be performance.
I think it is a performance thing, but I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. So let's see here.
Okay. Brick doesn't have a performance modifier.
Distraction. Let's see here. Okay,
he has a 7 to diplomacy.
Distractions. Okay. This. I look up distractions, and it's got a thing that's listed as distractions, and you would imagine that this would have to do with, like, you know, this specific sort of thing. But no, this entry doesn't actually have to do with that. It's about, like, when you're playing at a table with other people and their phones out and shit.
Real life distractions, IRL distractions.
Yeah, IRL distractions. No, I need in-game distractions. There's a action.
Distraction.
Let's see here. Actions. Let's just get a fucking list. Yes, it is a performance. So make a performance check with Brick.
Brick does not have a performance, but there's initiative, and then I can choose one. So I'll do initiative performance.
Okay, then. All right, so Brick does performance. So he's over there being really fucking distracting. So I'm still going to need you to make a stealth check. It's just now you're not going to have the circumstance penalty.
Please on everything, give me a good roll.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
How many?
Okay.
How many hero points did I get?
There's only
every set's 3.
Well, everyone gets 1 at the beginning of the session if you were not at the maximum of 3.
I had 1 at the end of last session, so since I leveled up, I made it to 2. So I might burn 1.
Now, before you pull that trigger, though, the only thing that isn't distracted by Brick that could notice you as you're climbing up is Verdant Love himself. So there's really only one thing that can spot you, and he is distracted by looking for his, like, you know, tools and whatnot.
That's true. Okay.
So
I'll keep this 10.
So we'll keep that 10. So Verdant is going to roll his perception
No.
with the distraction penalty.
He's just like, he stops. He's like, there's a dog in the back corner over there doing backflips, and the whole part just turns like a dog doing backflips.
That sounds like our robot.
So yeah, you slip right past as Verdant, is like, what is that noise I hear? Like looks out the window, and then yeah, you hear him say, "Is like, is that a robot dog doing backflips?"
Everyone in the party like verbally just face palms.
Everybody just like slaps forehead.
Good.
So yeah, but Verdant is only distracted by literally for a moment, and then he like turns back to Callie to start doing all that. But roughly 15 feet up on the side of the building, as Tim comes up to the other window, which is closed. I want to go ahead and make that clear that window is closed, but you get up to the window to where you can see inside of it. And inside of this room that you can see in here, you can see that this is an apartment, like somebody lives here. And in fact, you do see a somebody. That somebody appears to be a fairly well-dressed human woman who is currently not looking at the window, is standing like basically across the room from the window. She is standing at like a shelf, and she is looking at a pencil sketch picture, honestly, that looks like it was made by Vert. That is, it's like it's a little like desk framed, image. But she's picked it up off of the shelf, and she's looking at, and you can tell from where you are, from your perspective, that this is a picture of the woman who is looking at the picture.
Oh.
Is a picture of the woman looking at the picture?
Well, the picture isn't a picture of her looking at the picture.
It's a picture of her looking at a picture.
It's a picture. The picture is a picture of the woman.
Now? It's the. By God, I'm beautiful.
So it's just her. It's her on the picture of her looking at the
picture.
Yeah,
so like a changeling.
She's just looking at a picture of herself.
Tim doesn't know this, but the player is like,
But that's what you see. As you're like, perched up against the side of the building, peeking over the window sill on the second floor. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that Tim can quite plainly see that this window has a simple latch lock on it. You could probably jimmy it without, to open it without having to like break it or anything. Although if you fail that check, you will be breaking it. But you could jimmy it to like open the window and then slip inside. Given where she is, though, if you were to attempt that, she would most likely, unless she's deaf, hear you.
Does she look like she's like packing up her date to leave?
No, actually, she's just at the very moment that you get there, she's examining the picture. And if you linger for a few seconds, she puts the picture back down on the shelf and then turns around, and quite clearly it is the exact, like image of the lady in the picture. And she starts looking around the room like she's looking for something.
Is it just, it's a studio apartment, so it is just one room. There's not like when she goes into a different room kind of thing, right?
Well, there is at least one other little like side room. What that room might be, who knows? But yeah, it's basically just one large room. She is at this moment about 20 feet away from the wall where you're at.
I'm trying to think. I can't get in there without actively opening the window, and if I open the window, she'll turn around and see me. Best case scenario, she screams and I just have to bail. Worst case scenario, she pulls my processor out.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of worst case scenarios that could
honestly
happen.
Yeah. I don't Okay, so the way that the window is locked, I could jimmy it. Is there enough space that I could slide something really flat to just push the latch open?
Yes, and that would be a thievery check if you were to do that. But if you pass that, you do it silently.
What's my thievery, just real quick? Thievery is as good as my stealth.
So not really good.
So not great, no.
Yeah, so no, not great, but you could do it.
If I guess more semantics question. Can I summon Brick anywhere? Or is it only in my sight? Like, could I spawn him on the other side of her door to like start making a ruckus, and so she has to go out?
Actually, that's a very good side. I'm pretty sure you can only summon him in C. So I believe theoretically you could summon him inside the apartment. And I guess since you can see her and which way she's looking, summon him behind her, where she can't immediately see him. But let me check that real quick.
Yeah, what is just that while you're doing that, before he's an Eidolon, this is a summoner dedication.
Yeah.
Before I bust down, can I double check and see that these shoes that she's wearing are the exact ones I saw, or if they're just like some that are similar that make the same noise?
Well, you didn't get a very good look at the first one, so that's difficult to determine.
That's true.
However, she is wearing high heels. These are like boots that go like up above her knee, and they are bulky. Like they look fancy, like you would see somebody who is relatively like well off might be wearing. They may or may not actually count as armor. They may or may not have metallic pieces, but as far as you can see, they look otherwise like shoes, and not like particularly special ones. Let's see here. Okay, your Eidolon appears in an open space adjacent to you. And so technically speaking, inside the apartment, right on the other side of the window is adjacent to you. So you could summon her, you could summon Brick to right there inside of the apartment, and then Brick could open the window.
Hi. Okay.
A latch.
I'm gonna do that. Okay, just as quick as possible. Tim just moves Brick from one to the other.
And then you just hear like everyone going ooh, like awing in the
everyone's like ooh, the backflipping dog can also vanish.
Can also disappear. You just hear
quite the performance.
Like, oh God, the backflipping dog
Brick just disappears like that, just a little pop.
Yeah. Okay. So, Timbo, I need you to go over to Brick's sheet, and roll stealth for me, please.
I think Brick has pretty decent. He doesn't have a stealth number. Oh no.
I'll add that to his sheet later.
Okay. I think I should probably with Eidolons. I think I should probably give him like a full stat.
What is his dex bonus?
Oh, his dex bonus. It is plus 4.
Hold on, let me just fucking open up Brick's sheet here.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's got a +4. Okay, so let's just make a flat dex check for him.
Or
okay, straight up 20.
Cool. Colon. Okay,
so Brickles over here appears in the room, and you attempt to do this as quietly as possible. So he like manifests with just the faintest little like poof noise on the other side of the glass there. He's facing you, and because your intent is for him to like open the latch so that you can slide the window open, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he appears, he's looking at the window latch so that he can open the latch. That 20 is pretty good, but unfortunately, it's not good enough.
Oh, no.
as the lady turns and turns her head, with surprise, turns her head and sees Brick there in the apartment as Brick is nosing the latch on the window.
If Tim sees her turn, he's going to drop flat arm, so she just sees Brick.
Okay.
So it's just the dog.
All right, so you just duck out of the the visual range. Use the building as a block. So since you're now operating on Brick's perception alone, in this moment as he's nudging the latch, Brick hears behind him. Actually, you know what? Make a perception check real quick for Brick.
Oh, for Brick. If Brick takes damage, Tim is going to bolt again. Perception.
Yes,
Where
perception.
go? There it is. There we go. But dang it.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh shoot! Right. It didn't register that first one. My bad.
Okay, we'll go with that first one though. That 23.
Thank you.
Brick hears specifically the movement of cloth. Cloth sliding over cloth. He then hears the click clack of
shoes,
high-heeled shoes hitting the floor, and then he hears also the completely unmistakable sound of metal sliding against leather. The same sound that happens every time Tim pulls a gun.
Oh. Is the window latched?
The window is unlatched because that's the action that Brick was taking. But Brick has heard behind him the drawing of a gun.
Okay. Is it possible for one movement for Brick to move to the side so Tim can pull himself in? So she's focused on the dog, so Brick moves so Tim can get in.
Yes, you get that is literally how a summoner and their work together. So Brick can move in one direction, you move in the other direction, open up the window and pull yourself in while he just steps to the side and hopefully maintains focus. So you could have Brick use one action to move, and then Tim uses an action to interact with the window and an action to get himself into the room.
Yes, Tim's going to do that.
Okay. So
is it possible for in that same, not to just to flick, because I think it's an object interaction with the integrated armament. I don't think it even costs an action.
Well, that would be something that we check.
Let me double check. Integrated armament. Oh, why did I put it down as automaton armament? Oh, that was the claw. 1 minute activity. Creatures don't automatically see it while you're wielding an item. It can't be. You can draw or stow this item as an interact action. Okay, so it does count as an action. Darn. Okay. So Tim just pulls himself in, stanced.
Okay. You pull yourself in. You yank open the window, pull yourself in, immediately hit that crouched, stanced, ready to go as Brick crab walks sideways, hopefully taking attention. Which, as you're coming into the room, you can see that, yes, he definitely is taking the attention of this lady. However, you can see that, as, she's tracking, him with her, as she's tracking Brick with her eye, you can see that she has pulled out from somewhere on her person 2 pistoleras with bayonets on them.
Oh. Okay.
And she is also stanced, she's ready to combat.
but she's in a place where we can't use firearms without immediately getting in trouble.
I mean, that is true, but obviously she doesn't get in trouble until after she pulls the trigger.
That's true. That's very true. And by the time she's pulled the trigger, we are not having to worry about it anymore. So we're both, me and Brick is stanced up. Like at this point, like can Brick have hopped onto the bed?
As part of his movement, I would say that he
cool.
shuffled over and
and then Tim is like right in front of the window, and he like slides the window closed, but like hands full out.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm checking. I have to check a thing here. Let's see here. What is specifically? What does your stance do?
I think.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's what the stance does. Okay. Cool. All right. So, Tim, you slip in, stance, reach back, slowly close the window quietly. Yep. Her eyes flick back to you. One gun on Brick, one gun on you.
Well, this was the plan.
Quite the predicament.
And then she asks, speaking in common, and she says very quietly, like she's whispering this from like 20 feet away, kind of like, she's like, "Who the fuck are you?"
I could ask you the same question. You got me in trouble.
She glances at the like picture on the man, one that she was examining earlier. She like glances at that, like long glance, and then right back at Tim, and she's like, "I live here." She's clearly lying. She's not even trying to like hide the fact. She just says, "I live here."
Do you live here, or the person who looked like you live here?
I'm the one who's here now. I live here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Tim's gonna like lower his hands a little bit, not like, "Who are you?"
Who are you?
I asked you first.
I have a gun.
Tim flips the like not to flip the gun out, but Tim flips the like hatch open to reveal the firearm and says, "I do too, but I think he knocks on his metal chest. "I think I can take a couple more bullets than you can."
If you don't answer my question, we're gonna test that theory.
The name's Tim. And
Hi,
that's Brick.
Tim.
And he points to Brick.
I like your dog, Tim.
Thank you, he's a very good boy.
I bet he is. What the hell are you doing in this apartment that I clearly...
Yeah, okay. This apartment that you clearly own those feet that are clearly yours have on some shoes that, led me to this place. Because last night, there was somebody in the place that I was staying at that seemed to be looking for me.
Like her eyes, like as you say that, like her eyes at you, and she's clearly got this look on her face of like, "Are you checking out my feet?"
My God, dude. You couldn't make this situation any worse.
Oh, trust me, I can.
Do it.
It's just Tim.
That's just Tim. Tim trying his best to be to be serious, and yet everything he does is a joke.
He's trying to be serious, but like, I mean, you are in her room. She's got a gun pointed at you, and then you mentioned something about her feet. So that's
I didn't know how. I was trying to word it on the fly, and I did because I didn't think of this conversation before I even got in here. Because I figured she was going to shoot us before I even got in. So,
Tim, she switches stances, and let's see here. She needs to make a skill check, and you know what? I'll do a public roll for this. So let's see here. Roll.
oh no, she's about to beat the brake pads off me.
All right. What is the benefit for, or excuse me, what is the bonus for this one? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. 26. Okay. So, after you have said that, and she does that, like, look at you, look down at her own feet, look back at you with like a mild disgust on her face. She moves like across the room straight at Tim. And she, in this movement, sheathes both of her pistols on herself. Tim, this doesn't require any sort of check because she's coming straight at you when this happens. But she sheathes both of, or reholsters, excuse me, both of her guns. Her guns disappear the moment that she reholsters them. So you don't see a holster, you don't see a gun. It's just gone the moment it's out of her hands.
Well,
and as she's coming right at you, she grabs Tim's coat lapels and then does a like spinning pirouette flip thing up and over you as she tumbles through your space and then lands on the other side of you, uses one of her feet to kick open the window, and then takes a sit right on the sill.
So in this movement, she has fully flipped Tim around, or is Tim still facing the door?
Oh, you're still facing the door. She is now behind you, but obviously Brick can see her. So you know that she's directly behind you. She uses her foot to slide open the window and then sits on the sill. So she's still in the room, but she's now sitting with her ass hanging out the window. Because she doesn't have enough actions to keep going. But she's basically attempting to escape the room. And she just made the check to completely move through your space without triggering any sort of like reactions or anything like that.
But she is attempting to leave. It's not like she's trying to talk to me and then leave, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
She is attempting to just go.
Is there a way that I can? First thing, is there a way that I can use my? Can I just grapple her?
Yes, you can just initiate a grapple. You can just grab her.
Is that athletics?
Or try to, anyways. Well, you will need to make a here for grapple. Yeah. You need to have a free hand while doing this. You haven't drawn any weapons, so you've got free hands. And then you need to make an athletics skill check.
Cool.
The DC is her AC.
Mm.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
Yes, that is good enough.
Okay.
All right, so you turn around, you grab her. What part of her do you want to grab?
Tim.
This is important, Tim. What part of your do you want to grab?
That is very true. What clothes does she have on?
She appears to be wearing a very like, for this area, sort of like long jacket. Think kind of like a trench coat, except it has a like fur collar kind of thing. So think of like a really dressy sort of like trench coat. Like I said, she has on the thigh-high, high-heeled boot things going on. She's got on white pants underneath that. They're kind of tight-fitting white pants. And then under the jacket, she has a relatively like loose, like dark gray shirt and like a little bit of like a scarf, like thing going on. So she's dressed like a normal person, who's relatively well-to-do.
Okay.
But she's clearly got movement. So again, the question comes up: where do you grab her?
I'm thinking that Danger just spears her.
There's 3 going through my head. One's a joke, one's for real, and one's because I feel like it would be the best way to get her to not escape by just bailing on clothes. It's either grab her ankle, because haha feet. The next one is jacket, because if I can grab her by the jacket, it's not actively threatening, it's just no, you're not leaving yet. And then I could grab her by the throat, because then she's not going nowhere, but I really don't want to do that.
Do it. Grab her by the throat. That's what I was thinking. It's like, if you don't want him to get away, just grab him by the throat.
Tim cares not for these fleshy creatures. I guess Tim's just gonna full like grip her by the throat.
Where do you think you're going?
Okay. Next question I have for Tim is Tim wearing gloves?
No.
Okay. Then Tim, advanced automaton that you are, you've got, fully integrated tactile, sensory stuff in your hands that let you know what things feel like.
Know what I'm
if
feeling.
It's warm, if it's warm or if it's cold or anything like that. And this bitch cold, like she's room temp. Not only is she room temp, but when you grab her throat, it's not human throat that you feel underneath your hand. You feel pistons and pulleys and other little things that like you've got.
Is that fucking robot from last time?
That was just one action to grapple, correct?
Yes, it is a single action for you to do the athletics check to initiate a grapple.
Tim has grabbed it. Well, I guess her.
Or it.
Or it, honestly, whatever they prefer, with his left hand and is going to walk towards the center of the room and is... Because he can walk holding someone, right?
Yeah, you can force movement. When you are grappling somebody, if they're not like bigger than you, then you can force them to move with you. You can only move them though like 5 feet per action.
Tim is going to look at Brick, have him prepare an action if she tries to bolt again to needle darts.
Okay.
And then flips out his pistol, because I think that's 1, 2, 3, and goes, "What are you?"
She like glances down at your like, dragging her back from the window, and she says, "I'm a winner." At which point she then shrieks like she's being murdered and says, "Help! I'm being assaulted by an automaton."
Oh my god!
And everybody in the building hears this. Everybody out in the court turns to the open window where you're holding her by
That's why I said I walked towards the middle of the room.
Yeah,
so I wasn't close to the wind.
Though. Yes, you move back 5 feet, but you're still right there.
Do the party members hear this?
Oh yeah, you do.
Oh my god!
you hear a woman upstairs shriek that she's being attacked by an automaton.
Okay, was that all of her actions? And I guess best next question is, how much time do I have?
Well, that's going to depend on several factors. So
I can't like shut her mouth, can I? Not because I spent all my actions on Brick. God damn it.
Yep. So, Tim, take a look at your sheet. Let me know what is your athletics DC. What is the number in the circle plus 10?
21.
21. Okay. So she speaks, which is generally a free action. but I'm going to say that she's like drawing attention. So I'm going to say she spends action to do that. Okay. So with her second action, she's going to attempt to get out of your grapple. So she's going to make a check versus your DC. And what was that number again, please?
21.
21 for the DC. Okay. So versus a 21, her athletics check. Okay. She yanks herself out of your grip, which if she were fucking hurt, but she's not a flesh and blood person. She still looks like one. She still looks and sounds exactly like. But your tactile, senses are telling you otherwise.
I guess. Sorry, really quickly. I guess backwards a good chunk. Was there any reaction from her at all from seeing the symbol on my arm?
Not any reaction that you noted. No.
Okay.
However, though, there is now.
Great.
Since you're standing right there next to each other, and she's yanked, herself out of your grip. She looks, like at your arm, where you had opened up the panel, to show off the fact you had a, integrated gun, in there, which also has like the engraving Vivum Machina on it. She looks at that after she's like yanked herself out, and she makes a sort of like a grimaced sort of like expression, like she's not happy about what's happening. But then her eyes glow, and there's a black.
There's a what now?
A blast of laser fire from her eyeballs.
Oh God!
Gotcha. Does she laser beam me?
She laser beams you.
Cool.
Like an automaton. She laser beams you.
That's all I need.
Okay, so let me give you the shit. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, laser beam is an attack, so she had to beat my AC. Dang, she got high rolling.
All right, so
how's Tim gonna get out of this one, folks? He's not.
I don't know.
He's not.
Everyone in the party is just like, I don't know him.
Yeah.
The moment he gets arrested, he's like, I don't know that robot.
All right. So, anyways, Tim, she zappies you with lasers. All right. Yeah. So now her getting away from the grapple. So that we're clear here, that counts towards her multi-attack penalty. So she uses an action to like grab everybody's attention. She uses an action to break the grapple, which means she then makes her attack roll to laser beam you, and that acts as her second attack because she technically used her first attack to break the grapple. Okay, so that out of the way. Now that we've established all of that, her second attack is with a +10. So versus Tim's AC, laser fire. Okay, she hits a 30, which hits Tim. What is that? Is that more than 10 higher than Tim's AC though?
It is not. Tim's AC is 25.
Okay, so not a crit, but she definitely does hit you with lasers.
Really good roll.
So either way, she hits you with lasers. Tim, you take fucking. Let me grab my dice here. You take 4 points of fire damage. All right. So. Brick sheet there.
Yeah.
Okay. So she hits you with the bzz, sets your like sets the brim of your hat, on fire.
My hat.
She roasts you with that, and she adjusts the scarf. Like where you were just grabbing her. Like she adjusts the scarf, and as she does so, the illusion that is, covering her as a human glitches out for a brief moment, and you see an automaton, looking back at you. this fucking circus baby looking ass robot.
Yes. What I miss?
Tim just got set on fire mildly. She screamed. She screamed that she was being attacked by an automaton where everybody could see her from the window. She broke out of the grapple and then lasered Tim. And then when she had to readjust her scarf, her disguise glitched out for a moment, and he caught a vision of the automaton actually underneath it. But yeah, so Tim, you have probably maybe 12 seconds. So let's say 3 rounds. You've got 3 rounds before somebody is probably going to be coming into this apartment to see what the fuck is going on.
Okay. Okay.
And I would also want to point out to you that as far as like, the fact that she grabbed everybody's attention, Tim is the one who sees like the glitch in her disguise because she is wearing clothes. The clothing is real. It's just the lady part is the illusion. So from the back, none of the like people down in the court can see through this is going on. They just see like glowing lights for a moment as she like yanks herself away from you. They don't see the laser eyes or the fact that she's a fucking automaton. I just want to go ahead and point that out. But you have 3 rounds.
I have 3.
You have 3
rounds or 3 actions. Okay.
Well, you have 3 rounds. You have 3 rounds before somebody is going to burst through that door, because it will take the party at least 3 rounds to get up to that door.
Okay.
The question is, are we going to that door?
That's a good question.
That's what I was going to ask y'all. Like here in a second.
Callie wouldn't go, but she'd tell Mr. Service and Dr. Tremors to maybe like go back round and check the window. That go down to the ground floor and look up at the window that's open or whatever.
Would you send them out the window?
I don't have a picture.
What? In Verdant Love's studio apartment, there's a window that would be right underneath this. So, like, would you send them out that window to go
out the window and climb up the fucking window into the room upstairs?
Does that all happen before I have my 3 actions?
Well, this is all kind of going on simultaneously. So, like, Verdant Lord is like, "Good Lord," and like jumps out of the way as a and ridden by a murder monkey. Roll through his studio to like open up a window and like start squeezing their way out. But while they're doing that, is the rest of the party going to take the stairs?
Let's see.
What do we do in 3 rounds?
Maybe just fireball the ceiling. Let God sort it out.
Please don't.
Say less, King.
God doesn't have a very fondness for robots. Please.
Do not do that.
I don't care how small the room is. I cast fireball.
What's their time, motherfucker? Fireball. No, I think what I'm probably gonna do is that first of all, I'm gonna be like, Callie, stay here. Larry, Mr. Servos, and I are gonna go see what's going on.
All right. So Mr. Servos and the familiar currently squeezing their way out the window. If you guys want to go to the stairs, you can jog down to the stairs, run up to the 2nd floor, down the hall to get back to this corner. So the party's on the move.
All I hear is footsteps.
Yeah, okay. You hear people reacting. But Brick and Tim, you're facing off against a disguised automaton. You're right next to them. They just had their action. What is Tim's action?
Okay. I have 3 rounds. Okay, can I take them all simultaneously?
Well, you have 3 rounds, or you have 3 rounds. It's your turn, and then her turn, and then your turn, and then her turn, and so on and so on. So, what are you doing on your turn? Round number 1 in this countdown of 3.
Round 1.
I guess first things. I don't know if I want to leave or if I want to stay here and actually fight her because I don't know if she has a ton of health. And also, she still has the she's a human woman card, and I can't.
Well, I mean,
Tim
if you leave,
Tim has a debuff
it will
here.
if you leave, it will just look way more suspicious.
True, but if she's dead,
if you restrain her, if you can, there's a chance you might be able to clear your name if you restrain her. That is.
Yes, the scarf that seemed to be the thing that changed her appearance.
Yes, when she adjusted it, that's what caused the glitch.
Is it possible for me to get the scarf off of her?
Yeah. That would require you to do a successful disarm.
Okay, so can I, if I grapple her, and then can Tim and Brick grapple at the same time, or is that? I feel like that shouldn't. You can't grapple the same creature twice.
Technically, no, but I mean, what you can do is like you can. Brick could initiate a grapple, and then if that person needs to move, they're not just dragging you alone, they're and Brick.
Yeah.
So that would be the benefit there, is that simple weight would slow them down.
Okay. I will have Brick, I guess for word's sake, I will have Brick bite this automaton, and then Tim will attempt to grapple her, and then Tim will try and disarm her of her scarf.
Okay.
That's the order of operations. So I'm gonna roll Brick's bite attack.
Okay. Ooh. Owie, ouch. Okay. Bite.
And Tim has his, I guess now that she's gone full evil robot, Tim doesn't feel bad about literally tearing her to shreds. Tim has his grip weapon, which also I think it's when he lands an attack, it grapples them.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I'm going to you attack with that. Does that succeed?
Okay. So
Because if not, I will hero point it.
Okay. So you're going for now when you go, because that's not going to hit, and that's not going to like get, because that is going to miss. The 21 does miss. Like the 26 for the bite, that hit, but the 21 for the attack,
then
that's a miss. You've got one action left.
Can I burn a hero point to try that attack again?
You can, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna burn a hero point.
All right.
Attempt again. Even worse. I guess I'm just gonna try and disarm her of her swoder.
Okay.
What's the button for that? Disarm. It's an athletics check against their reflex. Oh, great reflex. They definitely don't have a good one of those.
Oh yeah, they definitely do not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
I am burning my last hero point because if I can get this sweater, I have a plan.
All right.
Okay, everybody, look. She's an automaton. Look at her. Oh God.
Okay.
What automaton? You're the only automaton here, Tim.
God. Okay, I guess I'll have her do her move.
Okay, so
Brick still has his ready action for needle dart.
All right, so bark, so chomp, bite, swipe to like, take a swing at her. Whiff, go for reach for the scarf. Also miss. Obviously, clearly, she notices you going for the scarf.
Yeah.
So, what you see her do is you see the reverse of what happened as she whips out one of the guns. So she uses an action to draw a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Second action, pulls trigger, just pointed at the ceiling. So she just fires the gun without actually aiming it at anybody. But she fires the gun with a smile on her face, like a smirk, and then she backflips out of the damn window that
oh God, it's still open.
Dr. Tremors and
Dr. Tremors and Mr. Servos see a woman come flying out of the directly above them, pirouetting and spinning in the midair.
Can I give them an action to attack her?
They would be proceeding up the wall. Honestly, as she comes down. So I would say if you want to have Mr. Tremors or Dr. Tremors, gotta put respect on his name, Dr. Tremors, make a swipe since he is riding the robot, which is doing the active climbing. Then he can make a swipe at her as she goes by.
Yes, yeah, I'll try that. Would that be that'd be a tail claw?
Yeah, tail claw.
I am re-rolling that. That is not acceptable. Okay, probably
much better.
Didn't do anything.
That's not gonna land any hits.
Much better, but not good.
So yeah, she pirouettes and she lands, like in a like she lands in a combat stance. They're on the courtyard. They're in the court. And as a free action, she yells out exactly like she did last time. I'm being attacked by automatons, and now that Mr. Servos is there, and constructs. I'm being attacked. So she just yells that out.
Woman, you just pirouetted out of a fucking goddamn window. You are suspicious.
Oh yeah, like she comes down like she knows exactly what she's doing. She did just make a 15-foot jump with absolutely no problem whatsoever. No running start. She's incredibly acrobatic.
Great.
So yeah, but she hits the fucking floor. You guys are like fighting the female Terminator.
For posterity's sake, Brick did have a readied action for if she tried to leave through the window, he would use needle darts.
Yes, but Brick didn't have any actions to actually use that.
I thought I used one of my actions as I grappled her.
You used an action to have him bite. You then used a second action for you to take a swing, and then you used a third action.
That's right. We weren't in combat when I told him to do that.
Yeah. So
I didn't mechanically use an action.
Yeah. So unfortunately, he doesn't actually have that ready to go.
Shoot.
Okay. So she hits the ground. The party is still en route, although Dr. Tremors and Mr. Servos can clearly see this woman right there. Tim, you're still in the apartment. You now have 2 rounds before people show up. You are a couple of seconds out. What are you going to do?
Okay.
Also, everyone just heard a gunshot go.
Yeah. Okay.
I start running up the stairs even faster.
It's been framed. Okay. So Tim hears footsteps. In my mind, Tim can't jump out the window and chase her without immediately making it before he could maybe kind of configure his way a little bit into being innocent. If he jumps after her, that's it. There's no way anybody would ever believe that he didn't do that. Even still, they're probably not going to believe that he didn't do that.
The optics are not in your favor.
Yep.
No, they are not. They are not at all.
Tim doesn't know who's coming up the stairs. He, considering his options, I think Tim is going to spend 3 of those 3 rounds. He's going to quite literally search every nook and cranny of this room to find anything, any marker of something that gives him any additional assistance. Something to be like a piece of metal, a scrap of paper, something.
To what end? What are you attempting to get?
Probably evidence of the fact that he did not just do all the shit he just did.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, honestly, just evidence that either Tim didn't do what he just did, or that she is an automaton. I will roll investigation checks if obviously I'm going to need to. And at this point,
I mean, you would, but I'm trying to think what. could be in here.
I mean, didn't
oh,
she?
Okay,
She
okay,
seemed to
okay,
have
yep.
left all of her
Okay.
stuff behind, right? Like clearly,
Okay.
left all of her
All
stuff
right.
behind.
All right, I've got it. Tim, make your investigation roll.
I have 6 actions before somebody gets here. If I need to, I will spend every single one of them on investigations.
Well, then let's get started.
No, not initiative. God dang it, wrong button. It's perception, right?
I mean, it is perception, yeah.
Same number.
Okay. Nothing yet. The DC that you're looking is 22.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay, so I will let you know that was 2 8s.
Okay.
So
come on.
I need a 10 or higher to find anything.
Yeah.
There
we go. Okay. All right. You start just tearing around, looking through this place. So now you're also tearing an apartment apart.
Oh my god, bro! All I wanted was a photograph of my. All I wanted was a painting illustration of my mom. Now I'm getting implicated in a crime I didn't commit.
This is so good. I love that. I love that everything that you're doing is perfectly lawful, but also just like incriminating yourself worse.
This isn't an automaton. They should obviously they don't know that she's an automaton. She's wearing her freaking disguise thing, but they would hate her just as much as Tim, and probably wouldn't even care that this was happening if she was an automaton. But she's not. She's a human, and so they're racist.
They don't give a shit about automaton on automaton.
Yeah,
If 2 automatons were shipping each other. If 2 automatons were shipping each other in the streets,
point, Tim, it's just like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Okay. All right.
I get scrapped. You're getting put in a heap after.
Okay. So that we can get the party on roughly the same page. You guys come in. You guys get to the top of the stairs. Laria and
trying to get the photo done.
So Laria and Swag, you guys hit the end of the hallway and are jogging down that hallway towards the back corner where all of this commotion's come from. You see the door open and Tim stick his head out into the hall, and he's looking at the door frame because Tim, what your perception check as you are rapidly investigating what looking for is, you remember from the interaction that you had back at Stupid's Relief that there was some gunk that was smeared onto the door latch that makes it look like it's closed and latched without actually latching. So you yank open the door to check and see if that's there, and sure fucking enough, it's there. So more of that stuff was slimed onto it to make it look like this was a locked door, even though it's now an unlocked door. So yeah, you open up the door to check that. It's clearly there, and you can also see Laria and Swag are running down the hall towards you. Through Dr. Trimmer's mystical familiar sense, coming back to Callie, you know that Dr. has seen a person come out of the window, a person that Dr. Trimmers is not familiar with, and who is now on the ground just outside of the building. Callie, of course, can just clearly hear yelling. So she's literally 10 feet around the corner from where Callie is at.
The robot woman?
Yeah, the robot woman, Mr. Servos, Dr. Trimmers, they are not. Callie could just go right out the window herself and be right there, with everything.
I have a really stupid idea, and I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work. But is she directly below Mr. Servos at the moment?
Mr. Servos is not directly up, but he's about halfway between the first and second floor, so he is definitely
theoretically, I don't know, strategically try to fall on top of her.
Yeah, he could.
And restrain her.
I mean, yeah, he could.
Oh no, I don't know if this will make us look worse, or this could be the smartest fucking idea that we have so far.
Only one way to know.
You know what? Fuck it. He tries it. He's gonna attempt to fall on top of her and restrain her.
Okay. Then, Mr. Servos, please make an athlete.
All right, athletics check. Hold on. Athletics check.
Okay, that is actually going to be enough.
Strong.
Let's fucking go.
Okay. So Mr. Servos like spider jumps off of the fucking wall, twists midair, and comes landing down on of this woman. Just plows her.
Pancakes this woman. Be like, yeah, I'm being attacked by constructs.
Yeah, well now you are, little bitch. Yeah, so he just pancakes her to the fucking cobblestones with like a boom that is enough to like rattle, like, art supplies and everything in Verdant's studio. Verdant himself has like yelled out like, "Oh my god!" and is like jumped underneath like one of the tables and is like duck and cover when all of this is like going on. The people in the courtyard have like scattered. There are people like screaming about attacking robots and gunfire and whatnot. And in the distance, ever so faintly, there's that like trill of like guard whistles being blown. So, Callie, you have a clear movement that you could just go through the studio, climb out the window, and be right there next to Mr. Servos and the, at the moment, grappled lady. The rest of the party is upstairs and can see each other.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go over to Mr. Servos. I'm gonna like climb over to Mr. Servos and I'm be like, hold on, don't worry, I'll be right back. We need to finish this painting. And then I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna like, can I strap some manacles on this fucking woman? Because I still got that in my inventory. I just strap like manacles on this woman while she's like currently being crushed by Mr. Servos.
What is Mr. Servos's athletics modifier?
Is it the 7? Is it the number in the circle plus 10, right?
Yes.
It's a 17 then.
Okay, so I'm going to give her one chance to like squirm out, and if not, then yeah, you slap. Okay, let's see if she can squirm out from under Mr. Servos.
Please. I mean, it would be very suspicious if she just squirmed out under him, because if she got back up, everyone would be like, okay, there's no way this woman is, like, human. Like, she just had a fucking, like, probably, like, 40-pound, like, truck just laying on top of her.
Damn if you do or damn if you don't situation.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like it'd be really fucking weird for her to just get up and be like, oh, that kind of hurt. Yeah, like, everyone would be like, wait a minute, this woman just had a tank fall on her. That's kind of weird.
Well, you come out the window, and she's definitely kicking and struggling to like get out from underneath Mr. Servos, but like he's just sitting on her like a paperweight. So yeah, you can totally put manacles on.
Alrighty then.
So
you're being detained. Stop resisting.
Are they even gonna listen to our story though?
We can't.
Well, you'll have to find out.
I feel like at this fucking point, yes. Like this woman just had a tank fall on her. I don't think they're gonna like regardless. They could be like,
that is not a human.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, that's unreasonable. But she do kind of have a point.
So the manacles, they're simple manacles, right?
I mean, I don't know. They were the same manacles that they were trying to use to capture like Callie like before.
Yeah, if it was those, then they're simple manacles.
Yeah, they're simple manacles.
Simple
okay.
Manacles, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Kim can break out of simple manacles.
Yeah.
Okay. But well, I mean, like she could, but at the moment she is held by all of the weight of Mr. Servos and manacles. and like she kicks and like lashes out ineffectually underneath the weight. But once you've got the manacles on her, she just starts yelling and like, I'm being kidnapped. I'm being held against my will.
Callie will then scream, "Shut the fuck up, woman. You just had a tank fall on you. You're not a human. Get the hell out of here. Stop this fucking bullshit. No one fucking believes you. Crazy woman. Fucking, I'm not kidnapping you. You tried running the fuck away.
I am a kid. I can't kidnap anybody.
I am a child. I can't kidnap. Except for kidnapping.
I can nap, but that's it. So, the rest of the party upstairs. You guys come together. I'll leave it up to Tim to let you guys know what the fuck is going on.
Tim sticks his head out and goes, "There's an automaton pretending to be a person. Do either of you guys have the ability to turn somebody invisible?"
No.
You pop your head out and you just see Callie like laying on top of the same automaton that just jumped out of the window.
Well, Tim's looking out the hallway. Tim hasn't looked out the window yet. All he's heard is ruckus. He's not trying.
As far as the rest of the party goes, y'all don't really know.
Tim thinks
the woman's been concerned. You hear Callie, yelling out, but like
I can hear Callie from across the county. So Tim goes,
Callie just say shut the fuck up and that's it?
Yeah, you did hear her just yell out, "Shut the fuck up, bitch, you ain't here."
If that's the case, Tim is probably going to Tim's going to run downstairs as quickly as possible and like try and slide out the front door.
Where all of the people are?
Yep.
Where all the guards are rapidly approaching to?
Hold on one second. You're very smart. Thank you, Fuzzy. Tim will look to Swag and Larry and go, "Tell them to check her scarf if they have her. Take it off." And then Tim is going to sprint as quickly as he can back this direction. Okay. Tim's gonna try and like get out, like if there's a side door that he can go to like figure out down this alley or something.
Okay, so
back out this area.
As we come to the end of this little like semi-combat, this little semi-spat combat
scenario.
Let's say, Tim, that you pop back out the window that you came into, so that you can drop down into the interior courtyard area where almost everybody has like scattered out of. So very, very few people that aren't party would be able to see you. So you splash down there, and then you run off to hide yourself as the guards are very rapidly approaching this location.
I was gonna say, Tim at this point, before he ran out, would go to Swag. He's like, "And again, meet back at the annex," and then sprints towards the annex, like out the window and then back this way.
And Swag's like, "Again? What?" Because it's the first time Swag's here. It's only again for Larry.
Larry gets it. Larry knows.
So you let the party know about this and that you're going to go hide at the annex. So let's cut to the chase. The guards show up. The party, who is there and is holding this woman, who by the time the guards are literally like less than a minute later, she has not exactly like stopped struggling, but she is not like screaming her head off or anything like that. She is though, like whenever she does like manage to like get a view of Callie, she does like shoot her like a really like angry look of like,
drop a tank on me. How dare you?
How dare you sit this fat ass robot on me? So essentially though, Tim leaves and you guys have like 30 seconds of alone time with this automaton in disguise. What are you guys going to do before the guards?
I'm gonna.
Are you gonna shout out the window? Just rip the scarf off.
Yeah, tear off the scarf.
What?
Tear off the scarf.
Oh, you mean this scarf right here?
I think.
Okay,
You think, yeah?
You think? Callie's like shoots a look. You think? You're saying there's multiple scarves this woman is wearing?
I don't know. Just pull it, God
Pull it
damn
off
it.
again.
Callie, do I need to make a check for this, or do I just pull the scarf off?
No, she's completely restrained at this.
All right, I'm gonna pull the scarf off of her then.
All right, you pull the scarf off. The magic that was disguising her as a human woman vanishes, and you are left with an automaton. This automaton does not look like any of the other automatons. With the exception of Tim.
I'm gonna make. Oh shit! I'm gonna make an executive decision, and Can I put that in that scarf in a safe location that you can't possibly get to, and never ever, unless you were to pry it open by force.
Where do you want to put it?
I want to put it in the spacious pouch inside Mr. Servo's, so that she can't.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna lock Mr. Servo's tight. You would have to
all right.
smash inside in order to get it, and then you also have to get through the pouch that's also in a locked box inside Mr. Servo's.
Okay, so Callie goes through this. This obviously takes the time. So by the time Callie's actually scarf totally secured, that's when the guards show up. So Callie secures the scarf. Laria and Swag, do you guys come downstairs? Join Callie with the captured robot lady?
I should have got her name.
Yeah.
I was too busy lasering you to give you a name. Bro.
Yeah, she probably wouldn't have told you the names anyway.
I wanted to do some intimidation on her because I haven't used Tim's intimidation and it's stupid high, but
Okay, so you guys get down there into the guards start pouring in, and they are out and they've got crossbows, weapons, the whole thing. They're here to respond to combat and whatnot. And obviously, of course, they tell you guys to don't move. Put up your hands. Show that you're unarmed. Thing. And after literally after a moment, you guys are basically surrounded by a shitload of guards, and one of the guards, who has a taller his cap than the others, shinier breastplate,
big hat, of course he is.
Yeah, he steps forward and he wants to know what the fuck is going on. Where did this robot come from? And why is this robot being sat on by another robot? There's a whole bunch of other. He's got a whole bunch of questions.
Callie kind of looks at the guy, hands still hold. Dr. Shremmers is sitting in the little pouch. His hands are also up, including the little hand claw.
He's
well, officer, I can't quite fucking tell you what the hell is happening right now. All I know is I saw this woman jump out that window after screaming she was being attacked by some automaton or whatever, and then I don't know, a scuffle happened or something. I literally have no idea. I came here for a portrait. Mind you, a portrait, but then she was trying to play off the fact that she was a human, saying that she was being attacked by an automaton or whatever. Well, turns out this woman was lying. She's an automaton herself. She was wearing some magical scarf that was covering up her identity. Other than that, I have no fucking idea what's going on, other than the fact that this woman seems to be dangerous, seems to be armed, seems to be an asshole,
Honestly, very true.
And honestly, I think she should be locked
who
up.
owns this robot? And he points at Mr. Servos. Like, who owns this robot?
Oh, that's my robot. Don't worry about him. He was just apprehending a criminal.
Okay, Callie, I would like you to make a diplomacy check.
Make a diplomacy. Well, it's over, boys. Yeah, it's over. I'm gonna use one of my points to reroll that. It probably won't be any higher, but we'll see.
I was gonna say you're gonna
there
need.
we go.
Holy shit!
Let's go.
There we go. There we go. That is a fucking like hero point paying off.
Let's go.
Okay. So like he takes all of this in, and like he has a bunch of questions to like clarify some points, and we're not going to go through that because I fucking did this. But after a little bit of back and forth questions and whatnot, during this whole time period, by the way, the automaton has stopped struggling and is not saying anything. It is just laying there on the ground, glare on its face, pointed directly at Callie. But it's not otherwise making any motions or noises or whatnot. But after like dickering this out of like what the fuck's going on and confirming with you guys that this automaton is not the same automaton who caused a disruption at Stuber's Relief earlier this morning, still on the loose. So there is a second automaton somewhere in town, still on the loose.
Well,
still not safe.
Bro, maybe if you were here to explain to them what happened, that would be good. You have Callie here, who knows the least out of everyone here. Explain to the cops what the hell is going on.
I don't know if they would. I mean, Tim can come back. I don't know if anybody has messaged. Tim can come back. Oh, I was actually gonna say if Brick could stay here because that's within. I believe that's within.
Brick can be 100 feet from. Which
So
that's a lot more. That's a lot more than 100 feet.
That's a lot more than 100 feet.
Nah.
But I mean, like you could leave Brick at the corner, like down here, while you're hiding deeper in, so he can just sit there and act like a dog.
While mentioning it, that Callie heard a gunshot, and that maybe they should inspect her weapons to see if she was the one who shot the weapon, shot the gun, and broke the one rule of this entire place of not firing a gun for any reason.
That is a good thing. So you know what they will do. They ask you to get Mr. Servos off of her, and then they haul her onto her high-heeled feet. The automaton, just for so everybody knows, the automaton, now that she is standing there undisguised, she is maybe 5'7", 5'8", somewhere in that area, very average adult human size. She has articulation in her body parts and in specifically in her facial structure that is more in line with Tim's quote-unquote model of automaton than the common battle automatons that are most of the other automatons that you guys have interacted with.
So can I do a perception check to see if I see any particular symbols of note while she's out here in the open where I can see her?
Yeah, because they do strip her down of all the so that they can get to her weapon.
Well, shit. Well, you guys are here, so we'll do that as well. Oh,
And
I think he sees something.
Really quick, can Tim have an aha eureka moment and try and go back? I didn't even.
Sorry, guys, that I was running away. I thought I was cooked.
Tim was 100%. Tim would have 100% thought of that. Just me as the player is so frazzled. I didn't even consider that. Like, oh, there's one automaton. Well, we don't have the other one to explain the story. Tim would have thought of that.
I mean, it's entirely possible. That Tim ran off to hide, and then like after while it's all being explained out, he's like, "Yeah, actually,
they probably need me to be there to explain some things."
Yeah, so you coming back like as they're, strip searching the other automaton, would be make sense.
Hey guys, it's scarce here, just around the corner.
Hey guys, hey chat, is this real?
Vsauce, Michael here.
Am I even real?
Where are your fingers? Have you thought about your hair recently?
Just a wild
Anyways,
what's Tim gonna do?
Tim is on his way back, but I wanted to let you guys know that when they strip search the automaton, they do find a pair of dual dagger pistols on her. She also has like a entire fucking bandolera of like throwing daggers. She has apparently as part of her build, she also has integrated armaments and whatnot.
Oh, sick.
She has a collapsible.
Sick. You're the one who got shot with it.
She has a collapsible shield that is like built into her that also has a so you can shoot the shield.
Nice. Look, an automaton can respect another awesome automaton, even if she tried to murder him.
But either way,
frame you for murder.
But either way, they also find on her a whole bunch. So like a bunch of coins, a bunch of like just bric-a-brac in her pocket. And one of the things that they find that's bric-a-brac in her pocket, the party completely recognizes because they pull out of her pocket the medallion that's got the Vivum Machina symbol on it.
Oh my god.
There it is again.
Like the exact one that you guys have. It was in her pocket.
The whole time.
Damn it.
Because she stole it back when
I was gonna say she swiped it from us
back when Swag missed that check.
God damn it!
They swiped it from him. Thank goodness.
Could we ask them to say, hey, she stole that from us? Like point that out. Hey, that's the medallion she stole from us. Or something along those lines.
They'll have to determine that. At the moment,
I was going to say they're not.
It's going to be kept as just evidence.
Okay.
But yeah, they pat her down for stuff. If she's got any other things on it, it's too well hidden for them to find. But she's got multiple weapons, some coinage, and just various other little in. She's apparently just swiped from wherever. And as they're like, so Tim. This is where you're going to be like walking in. So as they're like going through all of this, that's ours.
His face is like slumped. He can't slump his face because he's a robot. But he's like, God, I'm an idiot.
I let Callie explain to the cops what was going on.
Yeah, honestly.
Wait, I left the minor child who's also like back there with the cops to explain everything. Fuck. But yeah, so Tim steps out, where like everybody can see him, and all the guards all like whirl around and like bring up their crossbows and other weapons and all that sort of stuff. They're like, halt, freeze,
frozen,
criminal scum.
It's 46 degrees here. You can't do anything but freeze.
Well, at this point, it's actually around like 52 still. Anyway, the guards come over to Tim And unless Tim does something to like stop them, they're going to put hands on Tim, drag him over to where everybody else is.
Hold on now. Can I stay not in cuffs as I am a witness in this point? Because
you're also wanted for other crimes, though.
She was there too, I swear.
I guess it's better if I explain myself in a non-hostile. Okay, Tim sticks his hands out.
All right. They lead you back over to everything. The captain on scene would like you, pretty please, to explain what the fuck is going on here.
Okay, well, first thing that happened was late last night, I had heard a sound that was outside my room, so I went to go investigate. After investigating, this individual started running, and so I, attempting to give chase, ended up going into the room that they had broken into, as he holds out the goop that she used to like break into the lock. He like pulls it from one of the pouches. She used this to break open the lock and make it look like it was locked so that she could stay in the room to, I'm assuming, spy on me. He like hands one of them the goop. He's like, after which I attempted to use an item I had to capture her. It didn't work, and so I returned to my room after having no evidence and seeing the guards come in. I attempted to sneak away to find evidence of my own. In doing so, I found this individual in their house.
Okay.
I don't like those
after confronting them and finding out that they were in fact the one that was following me, I confronted them, attempting them to give me some answers, and they attacked me. I defended myself, and then they screamed, jumped out the window.
You might want to say, I defended myself without using like a gun or something.
That's what I'm saying. I defended myself with my bare hands. No weaponry at all. After which, she got crushed by this beautiful piece of machinery done by my incredibly intelligent and much better than me friend here, Callie.
I love I can't get it out of my head that she's just like, I imagine the automaton just standing out in the courtyard with her like her fists on her hips, like so smug, and then just like a 400-pound machine just falls on top of her.
Yeah, 100%. And so after running,
it's that anime meme. It's like first panel, like, haha, I'm a genius. Second one,
rock, stone.
No.
I ran away because I was afraid that y'all were gonna call me for it. Then I heard that she got crushed, so I came back as a way of explaining myself. And now we're here, and I'm in handcuffs.
Tim, I would like you to roll a diplomacy check. I'm giving you a circumstance bonus to this.
I was gonna say I have a plus 13 to diplomacy.
Well,
okay.
That means I rolled a 4.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
You honestly don't do the best job of exactly.
Oh my god.
But the guard captain sort of like, like he nods along, and then he looks at the, guards who are holding you, and he says, "This one can go free." And then he looks back over at the guards who are holding the other automaton, and the guard who's like, next to them, holds up one of like the 2 pistols, and now these are revolver pistols. So like one of them is missing.
Really
one of them has clearly fired recently. So here's a gun that has gone off. So now they've got the, she had the guns. This one has clearly been used recently. Everyone heard a gunfire. So, all of the evidence is currently matching up, even if Tim's not exactly the best at like retelling exactly what happened.
Damn.
So,
You
with
think if
all
I
of
got
the
dice
with
on the
all of
line,
this
it'd
with
go
all
better
this
today.
like circumstances and everything involved, the captain, the guard captain here, would like everybody, Tim, the party, everybody, to come with them over to the Grand Blade bunker. And
Callie starts like stomping her feet. She's like, I came here for a portrait. Why can't I get this motherfucking portrait?
You can get the portrait later, madam.
Starts stomping her feet and getting all angry. Like,
Huffy, like a child.
And then she glares,
like a child, yeah.
And then she glares at Tim. It's just like, I will remember this next time
I didn't even do anything this time.
She just like looks at Tim, and you see the little Sims like friendship down pop up.
Tim, some like there's not very often in Tim's servos in the top of his head does anything really click much. Something clicks.
Click clack. All right. So the party is escorted forcibly, if need be, over to the bunker.
Worry, she complies as angrily and as
Kelly?
huffy as she does.
Kelly complies, but she's mad while doing it.
Jameis promises her all the she promises her some nice hot fish.
We'll get some nice hot fish after this.
That calms her down a little bit.
Nice hot fish and some candy. Okay, so
like those fucking hard candies that got like bugs in them, except this hard candy's got like fish in it or some shit. It's got like shrimp.
Yeah.
So they take you guys over to the bunker. The bunker, as it is named, is a walled structure which acts as both the sort of like the administrative building as well as prison for Laryl. And when they bring you over there, of course, there's a shitload more of guards. There's like practically a small standing army of guards here. This is where they have their courthouses and all that sort of stuff. They also have stockades and they have a platform lined with nooses. So
I don't like where this is going.
So, that's what they do when they got somebody who needs to be gone. No one is currently dangling. Doesn't look like anybody's been dangling for a little bit, but yeah, they do have them. But they lead you guys inside of one of the larger like buildings inside of the overall like area. But they lead you into one of the and they give the party essentially a waiting room to themselves where you guys can sit and wait. Guards are posted like outside the door. Like there's 2 guards flanking it, and then there's 2 guards standing away looking directly. But they leave you there. They tell you that they got to go put this one, the other automaton, someplace that will hold her. And then they also need to get Lord Grandblade and like tell him about this. So they tell y'all to wait.
With her cheeks puffed up and her arms crossed, just like anger stewing about.
So the party is otherwise asked to wait, and unless you guys do, about 30-40 minutes later is when stuff otherwise happens.
Well, I'm gonna bonk Tim on the head, just like, Lugnut, next time you do something stupid like this, please just fucking tell me. Don't just do it. And then she goes back to her silent anger.
Tim does not respond.
She goes back to her silent rage.
Yeah, Seamus just pets Callie in the head, trying to calm her down. And Seamus looks over to Tim and just says, "It's good to see you're okay, at least."
Nothing. Tim has he's not in standby mode, but he's probably about as close as you can get to that when it comes to Tim. He is like full. He has gone from automaton to robot at this point.
Oh shit.
He's like, oh shit, I fucked up. He's like, Callie kind of like sighs. He's like, well, at least he's fine. At the very least. Too bad I had to clean up his mess for him and have to explain without any context to the guards what was happening, despite the fact that I had no idea what was going on. Callie kind of looks at him. He's like, you know how stressed I was? Like, what would have happened if you were the one that shot off the bullet? I would have looked like an absolute fool talking to these guys.
Callie is just scolding Tim. Instead of June, it's just Callie this time.
Callie, I mean, she was literally sitting down for like probably an hour, maybe 30 minutes, trying to get this photograph of her mom, who she hasn't seen in more than 10 years. And this guy comes in and causes a ruckus. I think she has every justification to be the most angry right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I would agree with that. On a personal basis, I would agree with that. However, not only is it hilarious, logical for the actions that, Tim took. All of that said, as the party like airs out some grievances with each other, confusion, eventually, you guys see the guards like rouse and like stand at better attention, and the guard with the taller feather comes back, and he has with him pardon me, he has with him a like older middle-aged human with him, who is not dressed as a guard, but is dressed very finely. Like, everything about this dude screams noble.
He got money.
He got money. And not only did he got money, but he also got power and influence, especially here in Lariel.
He just got it all.
Because
that's what I figured. He's like a rich dude with power.
well, not only that, into the room walked Lord Inar Grandblade, the guy who runs this entire fucking town. So he walks in and like gives the party like a quick glance over, and he says hello, introduces himself as Lord Grandblade, head of Laryl, and he has been informed by his guards about this shit that has gone on today, and he has been down in somewhere else here in the bunker. They have locked down a automaton, but there's this other automaton who just recently came into town, had some confusion with the law and all of that sort of stuff, and he wanted to come by, first of all, to introduce himself and to see the weirdos essentially who have come into town, but he also
scowls at that. Weirdos? Excuse me? That's fucking rude.
Perhaps that's not the best term to use, but
you're telling me I've been waiting in this room for 45 minutes just for you to come in here and call me a weirdo? What the fuck is... Who the hell is running this fucking whack-ass town?
I am. And frankly...
Well, you're doing an awful job of it.
Well, frankly, young lady, you really are coming...
As your teenager
who is yelling at me.
The Callie kind of like looks at her, like, all I wanted today was to get a damn portrait of my dead mom. I don't give a single fuck what's going on right now. I'm pissed.
I believe that's understandable. And he kind of he sort of pauses, and like glances at the other partners, But he looks over at Tim specifically, and he addresses Tim, and he says, I realize that you've had some interactions with some of our citizens and my guard forces today, and I would like to offer to you a apology for the confusion, I suppose it is, the your reactions, your fear that came with them is regrettable, and I apologize that that's the way that that thing came forward. And as he's like saying this, you guys can detect an ever slight like sense of admonishment coming from like the captain. Like he's standing there trying to be as like, you know, unreadable and professional as possible, but he probably very recently got like a talking down to about this whole situation. But he offers a, you know, to Tim for, you know, for the treatment and everything like that. And he says that officially they are not going to charge Tim with any sort of crimes or anything like that. So technically speaking, no one was harmed. There was no like major property damage or anything. However, the Lord Grandblade does ask Tim if he can confirm that he's only been in town here in Laurel for the past like 12 hours or less, which is true.
Yeah, Tim, in like Tim's voice normally has like a bass to it. It's like somewhat like southern. He's got the southern draw to it. He speaks, yes, I have only been in this town for 12 hours, in the most robotic voice you have ever heard come from this man. It's like it was recorded and shot out of a speaker.
Seamus kind of has kind of like a worried face, like, what the fuck?
I think like everyone just looks at him like, what?
Callie kind of looks at him and is like, kind of like, that's a bit strange.
Yeah.
Just
Larry just it takes her like a back, like,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Tim says this. Tim says this while giving direct eye contact to Lord. Like Tim was staring off like full 1,000-yard stare while he was sitting there, and then the moment that he was spoken to and asked a question, he immediately shot his eyes directly onto Lord Grandblades and responded to that question as literal as possible. And then once he responded, he went back to staring out.
Lord Grandblade, you know, kind of arches an eyebrow at you know Tim's odd behavior, and what he may make of this, who knows? But he then says, "Well, the reason that I ask is because we've had a series of break-ins, petty thefts, things like that. Nothing really worth making a big note of, except that they were happening without any real leads, and, well, we try to keep a handle on the malcontents here in Laurel, so we weren't really sure what was going on. It seems, if the evidence otherwise plays out, that this automaton, which was captured, may be the culprit." And then he kind of like looks over at the two like magical, capable members of the party, and he says, "Do you know of or possess yourselves the magical abilities to disguise an automaton as a living person?"
No,
he is talking to Swag.
I'm assuming he was speaking to Swag and
he's talking to Swag and Laria.
Callie knows
He's
Swag.
He's talking to Swag and Laria.
Oh, what was the question?
Do you know or possess how to disguise an automaton as a living person?
I mean, I honestly don't know, but the only thing I can really think of is magic.
Well,
I wouldn't know
it is
either,
magical.
but that's my guess as well as magic, maybe?
Well, you two are the two magical people. That's why he's asking.
He was asking if you guys have the ability to do it currently.
Oh,
yeah.
If we have the ability, no.
Okay.
We don't take kindly to that sort of thing. Yeah.
Understandable. Well then, since we have a suspect in custody, there is no particular reason for any of you to remain here at the bunker. I will have my guards escort you to the door. You are otherwise free to go and to come and go from Laurel as you so choose. Hopefully, we will not meet again under similar sort of circumstances. While you are in Laurel, I managed to get what you came here for. Verdant Love is a longtime citizen and a prolific creator in our artistic community. I'm sure that he will be quite capable to provide young Miss with this portrait that she wishes to have. So, that all said, I suppose one last thing to ask, and again, he sort of like looks at Tim, and he says, do you know what this other automaton is called or goes by? Like, what is their name, if any?
Same robotic voice. I do not know.
Thank you. And then he turns around and he walks out with the guard captain. And then he walks off and the guard captain comes back 2 seconds later. And he, instructs the 4 guards who are out there around to walk the party out. And you guys are otherwise free to go.
Really quick, Tim, while Mr. Grandblade was standing up to walk away, Tim would have glanced at him and would have said, "Would it be an odd request for me to speak to them?"
No, I don't suppose that would be an odd request, nor would it be one that I would refuse. If you wish to engage with them in a conversation, although it will not be private.
Understood. Tim is going to stand up and kind of walk towards them and turns towards the rest of the group and then looks directly at Callie and goes, "Miss Fino, let me know what the price of the picture is. I will pay for it." And then turns and walks into the room.
Callie looks at him and is a little bit taken aback by the oddity and how he's acting. And she's like, oh, yeah, alright. And then kind of just goes on walking back out the door with the rest of the group.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a brief pause right here because I need to go. So, let's break for about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, right. Sounds good.
Alrighty. And then when we come back, we'll Tim talking to the other automaton.
Perfect. Yeah. Phew. Wait, what numbers did these?
I hope fucking Tim isn't just like. Wait, I hope we didn't break Tim.
Nah, I don't know. Y'all will find out eventually.
I don't like where this is going.
I
I'm gonna make a sandwich. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
I hope this isn't some factory reset stuff either, where he
Oh.
saw the symbol and he got
Johnny?
sent back to like
His original.
his original like
the glass
complacent
bowl, 'cause
state.
I'm gonna make
Yeah.
I hope it's just that he
What you
feels
bought
guilty and that's
around
about
it.
it. I hope it's not actual like, oh god, something else.
Something
Yeah.
else, yeah.
Make your sandwich.
I will also be right back because I gotta go pee and gonna go get some water because your boy's thirsty.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll be right back too. I might as well go to use the restroom.
Where is the
Okay.
bowl, actually?
Probably in the same.
Oh, it is. Alright. What's up the bowl first?
Okay.
Oh, holy shit, owie!
Oh, I was about to say feel bad.
No, my fucking foot, dude! My ankle to my it's tendon just went. Hey, guess what? Go fuck yourself. Holy shit!
Let me just make noises and grunt.
Ah.
Cut that out of the recording later. We'll edit and post. Edit and post.
Yeah.
This turned out to be a really fun.
It is it is really funny though.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a good one.
I still like in my head I still imagine the robot woman just being like so smug and full of herself while sitting in the courtyard as Mr. Service falls on top of her.
Haha. Oh shit. Yeah, like like very much. She the thing is that like when she made that like check to struggle against Mr. Servos, which, you know, as you might expect, her acrobatics and athletics checks are pretty damn good. And she actually like made his you know, athletics DC to escape the grapple. Like she made it on the dot, because it was a low roll. But I was like, you know, narratively, it'd be better if like
there we go.
You know, she didn't slip out.
Damn, he rolled that high and still got on the dot, man.
Yeah, like right on the dot.
He rolled high anyway, because I was like, oh damn, bro. And I was like, I knew in my head, I was kind of like, yeah, there ain't no way. She's probably got a high enough like acrobatics roll to like dodge out of it.
It's just that like when it happened, I was like, since it was on the dot, I'm just gonna say no, it succeeds because narratively it felt better for
it just was.
it
was perfectly. It was just more perfect in the comedic timing of it all. It's just like everything Tim tried failed, and then just like, oh yeah, let's do this really dumb idea of just having this like 400-pound robot just fall on top of her. It somehow was the one that worked.
Yeah. It was like thematically, it's like go thematically cool or thematically funny, and
I think
I respect going thematically funny. That is true.
I do find it funny that like the first thing that like Callie assumes when this like random woman jumps out of a thing is like, oh yeah, she must be bad because she's really like she could sense the like smugness off of her, and it's just like that's how I see it. It's just like part of me is just like part of it's like Callie wanted to restrain her, and the other part is Callie wanted to like smush her because of she didn't like how she was talking back to Callie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Callie just smushed her, didn't care whether or not she was actually an automaton or not, because she didn't know at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is the simplest sort of like thought of like, how can we restrain this person? Big ass heavy thing on top of them so that they.
I also do think it'd be even funnier though if it was like it wasn't even a decision Callie made, it was a decision that Mr. Service made in like the moment, because he has the ability to think on his own, and so his moment is just like how to restrain woman, fall on top, drop 15 feet on top of her,
belly flop. Okay, so Tim, one of the guards, as they're like leading the party off in one direction towards the door, this other guard walks with you down into the like actual like cell block area of the bunker. There are they take you downstairs, so you are effectively like in the basement, and then they take you downstairs again, so you're in a sub basement. And in this sub basement, they've got a bunch of cells of various sizes set up. It is relatively down here. It's also relatively ventilated, but this is a space where high majority or where have had limited opportunity cleanliness have been stuffed for a while. So, you know, your automaton sense that's letting you know that, you know, if you had an actual like nose, it'd be kind of stinky down here.
It'd be kind of unpleasant.
It'd be kind of unpleasant. And, you know, like, maybe that implies something about how they treat, you know, incarcerated individuals here. But either way, down here, as you're like to where they've got the automaton, you pass by several empty cells. So they're by no means capacity. You pass by several empty of them. And a lot of the cells are individuals. Rarely are there like groups in a same cell together. But they've got, notably down here behind, you know, you've got like some people who, but down here amongst others, a couple of notable ones is there are a pair of colos who are together in a single cell. They they give like a light growl, you know, like at the guards as you guys like pass by. But there's a couple of colos in, and in another cell that you pass by, there is a troll dude who is sitting there, you know, like with his like he's sitting on the floor. He's got his knees, you know, like up, and he's kind of like hugged around his knees, squeeze himself into as small a space as possible. He is minimum Gloria's size, but probably bigger. he's a big bulky dude. There's room in there. It's fucking tight. And obviously getting him like down through the stairwell to get down here, they've got like that's quite the maneuvering. But they do have one Trolls guy who's also down here. And he just kind of like, gives you a like a forlorn sort of like look where he's just like depressed. But they lead you to the one of the back corner rooms where they have several guards who are freshly posted. And there is instead of like, the bars that you would find on like a modern jail, they have a full-on solid metal door that is then set into like a stone frame that's got like the little latch, thing that you can put up with a little window to look in. And that's where they have her, or it, or maybe a her, maybe an it, unknown. But at the time you interacted with it, it was presenting female. But this robot is inside of this, in this cell, which is apparently special individuals in, because it is manacled to the wall, like the back wall from the door. And it is just kind of standing there, very robotically, like it's doing the automaton thing where it's not moving. You would have to like focus to even see whether or not it's in shutdown mode or not. It is not in shutdown mode, but it's just standing there menacingly in the dark.
Okay.
But Tim, that's what you find down there.
So you said she's not behind bars. She's where now? You just clipped out at like the description of the outside of the cell.
The outside of the cell is basically there's just a door. It's solid, which is set into a stone
room. I gotcha.
Yeah, okay. So it's just a stone room, and then there's a little slot latch thing on the door itself to give you like the little window, so you can like look inside and talk to whoever's there. That's the only other like opening. So you are allowed to like talk through the hole to the other automaton.
I gotcha. Tim immediately turns to one of the guards and says, "May I enter?"
Also, what I missed, I was making a sandwich.
Sure. They escorted Tim down to the sub basement. A whole bunch of cells. Notably, there's some colos. Rolch guy. And in the back corners where they've got a stone room with a door, and the automaton is chained up to the wall in there. So yeah, they open up the door, so that you can like step in, and then they close the door behind you, and turn the latch and lock it. But they do open the latch though, so they can like see and hear into the cell. But for for intents and purposes, it's just you and the other robot.
Perfect. Tim is going to walk over. Tim has on his coat. Tim is probably going to take his coat off and just like fold it and put it to the side.
Okay.
He still has his pants and his. Tim's going to take his hat off. He's just in pants. He's going to walk over and just ask, "What are you?"
What are you?
Whatever model you are seems to like circular questions.
Not this fucking bullshit again, bro. Just like tell her to stop being the one to ask questions after you ask questions, man.
Why were you sent here?
To practice.
For what?
I have not been told that.
What is the name of the individual that sent you here?
The automaton tilts its head like it's thinking about something. And then it like straightens back up and looks at you and says, "I don't think it would let me tell you your name." tell you its name.
What is your model name?
I am designated T35T. But most people pronounce that as test.
Shit, I should have gone down there with him and asked why she took the fucking medallion. Fuck! I didn't think about it at the time. I don't think Callie was thinking about it at the time either. She was to torture it more, honestly.
Yeah, Callie was sort of focused.
Yeah, honestly, I understand it. Tim pops his latch open to reveal the symbol. What does this mean to you?
That is the symbol of Vivum Machina.
Tim kind of thinks for a moment, does the same kind of like worrying cogs. Same as like, I gotta figure out questions to ask. Tim doesn't know any of the names, so where did you originate from?
Hold on. I've got to open up a map for that.
There we go. Let's...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Let's see here.
Oh,
this
damn.
Open up the realm map here.
This hot tea is activating these brain cells.
I mean, I would hope so. Let's see here. Map. Bring up the map. Make sure it's the most current version. Yep, there we are. Okay. All right. Let's see.
I actually also have to consult a thing.
Okay. The robot tells you that it is from Redcliffe.
Write that down. Write that
Redcliffe.
I'm putting
You're
that
the
in
one
my
that's
note.
supposed to write it down. Nobody else is there.
I am writing it down. I know. I'm writing it down. I have my own thing for it.
He just makes a ping. He puts a pin on it in his memory banks. Just
Yep.
He's like typing it down like it's in Notepad or fucking like or some shit. He opens up Notepad in his brain and then types out Redcliffe and then pins it.
Yeah.
I've never noticed that before. Huh.
What?
Well, I'm looking at the map and I was like, like where certain things are located, a reference for it. But as I'm like scanning it with my eyes, I just towns that's up the road from this location and the name just. I mean, it's right.
Yes.
It's right up there with like fucking like ass and butt.
Ass and butt.
Nice.
But yeah, Redcliffe.
Redcliffe
is where it says that it originates from.
Tim takes a moment to scan through his memory banks because he knows that Tim is an abbreviation, but he's trying to remember what that abbreviation stands for. So I feel like I have to roll for this because I don't know if it's still kind of locked. So I'm gonna see if Tim actually will remember it.
Did you put down on Tim's sheet? Did you add the automaton
lore? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make an automaton lore check.
That's pretty high for being untrained in it.
Yeah.
That is really good. Okay, so I don't honestly remember what your acronym is for either.
It's Transfer One Maker.
Okay, so tests automaton designation. follows the same naming pattern that Tim has, the same naming pattern that Vandal has. So like context clues lets you know that this is almost 100% likely a automaton that was made in and by, with air quotes, the Empire. So there's that. You also know that automatons come from 3 factories in the Empire, and of those 3 factories, one of them is located in a town called Redcliffe.
It is very suspect.
Yep. Tim makes a note to go visit a library after this. Tim will do one final either investigation or perception over like her body, because I'm assuming she's not wearing clothes. She's just full automaton at this point.
Yeah, she has no gear. She's naked and chained to a wall.
Tim is just going to do a check for any additional like Viva Machina stamps or anything along the lines of just like an identifier, a name, a
maker's marks, anything like
that.
Yeah,
like a sigil or a maker's mark on like some initial that he could get to maybe find a name of the person that built this.
Okay. So it's safe to say then that Tim is doing a close examination of.
Damn, bro. There's a guard out there.
There are guards right outside.
Tim,
they probably wouldn't actually interfere, but
I was gonna say, automaton violence usually does not get resolved positively. Tim is probably going to walk over to where she is, not within grabbing attempting to not be within grabbing distance. But if he happens, because the biggest thing, I'm not worried about her hands.
That's not really our fucking problem anymore, is it?
She also can't, unless she has some like explosive on her. I don't think she's getting through the stone door. It'd just be a fight between me and her.
Understandable.
Honestly, I am armed and she is not, because they took the shield off of her, right?
Yeah, she does not currently have that. Now, if she's got any
I would just be
armaments or anything.
Oh, detect magic. I can do it at will. Is there anything other than her core, obviously, because is there anything on her that exudes a magical aura?
Yes.
Where?
So like her core.
I think I can pinpoint it, right?
Well, yeah, you can pinpoint where it is coming from. So like her core, which you are detecting the standard magic that comes off of automaton core. Her core is located literally like in the her like gut area, basically.
Yeah.
That is where her core itself is physically located. And her core, much like your core, is roughly the size of like a Coke can.
Yeah.
So like that's where that is at. This other magic, though, this other magic signature is coming from further up the chest and ever so slightly to the left-hand side, like right where a humanoid heart would be.
You guys got hearts?
What beats where your heart should be?
That's what you ask?
My ambition.
Damn, that was a lame-ass response.
It seemed. Yeah, no.
I feel like if Callie was here, she'd just.
However, though, like as she like says that, Tim, I need you to roll a perception check.
I was gonna say she still has her laser eyes, which I'm tempted to just like prick them friggers out.
Scoop, this is mine now.
Slurp, give me these.
Give me your eyeballs.
Give me your eyes.
Okay. Tim.
Mm.
She's not manacled to the wall. Like, she's standing there as if she was. She's got the manacle on her. But as you're, like, getting close to, like, really check her over and all that sort of stuff, you can see that they're unlocked.
Guards.
The only reason she hasn't just standing there pretending, like she is restrained.
Guards, this woman is not restrained.
I gotta choose my words very carefully.
Very.
Why do you hold the facade of being captured? And he tries to speak this quietly as so the guards won't hear.
She returns also in like a low whisper voice. She says, I was instructed to not fight the guards.
Oh, Tim's dead.
Oh shit.
But he doesn't know.
Damn it.
Wait a minute, how do you pronounce that? Bastostes?
Sorry, my internet's going in and out. What was the last thing you said?
She like whispered like back to you in the same, like volume and tone. That she was instructed to not engage the guards in combat.
And what were you instructed to do instead?
To practice avoidance.
A lot of good that did you.
To integrate. Tim takes note of that as like he recognizes she's attempting to keep up appearances.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know if you can speak to those that created you even now, but if you can, assure them that one of their creations is going to return and burn their home to the ground. And then I'm going to attempt to do an intimidation check, and then after that, I'm going to walk out.
All right. Make that intimidation roll.
Can we say... I'm going to say that Callie's just kind of like waiting on the outside of the bunker for him. Sorry.
Okay.
Not going until Tim rejoins the fucking party.
I'm going to say that probably fails, but check her.
Yeah, figured.
What her will DC is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
I don't have any. It's not that big. I like the intimidation check was more. It was more attempting to get to the people behind her eyes, kind of thing.
Yeah,
but I don't know if she can even.
It's like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where like the governor's leaning on the chandelier and it falls over and breaks off the wall or whatever. But Tim's like trying to like intimidate her and he does the same thing and the shit falls off the wall too.
If Tim turns, grabs his coat, and then knocks on the door to be released.
They release you.
Thank God. Tim walks, stiff as a statue, perfect as a robot, back out the door.
You're not going to tell them that she's pretending to... Okay.
All right, so Tim walks
I was
out.
going to say, back out the door, and then the moment that he steps out the door, he turns and says, you may want to check the locks on her cuffs.
Why?
She was never hooked to the wall to begin with.
There are some exchanged glances as you like just leave them with that and then like okay, but roughly a minute later Tim exits the bunker and at the very least Callie's there waiting.
Everyone else is gone.
Maybe
I'd say Seamus is with Callie.
Callie's like waiting there and she's like,
Larry, you coming out too?
Yeah, Larry's there too.
All right. Okay, so the whole party is
Callie
waiting.
goes up to Tim. He's like, "Oh, thank God, you're finally here." I was waiting for you to be back.
I apologize, Miss Fino. You did not need to wait for me.
Well, I needed to wait because I got to make sure you don't get yourself into some more trouble again. I'm keeping my eye on you to make sure you don't get into some trouble again. But I also wanted to make sure that you were all right and that nothing was actually up.
I am very grateful. Thank you. And then the roboticness of his voice is reduced a little bit. It's still it's not quite back to the
Callie kind of like looks at him.
Normal,
like,
but
did she say anything out of note? She says
she was very tight-lipped, as I assumed she would be, but I got a location. The Red Cliffs.
All right. Well,
I'm hoping to find a library and do some research.
Okay.
Well, specifically, before any of that happens, you can make a society check to figure out where the hell Red Cliff might be.
Does he say? Does Tim specifically say Red Cliff to us, or does he just say a place and nothing?
No, he did just say the
name.
I
was gonna say Tim said Red Cliffs.
Oh, well, can I do a society check as well?
Yeah, anybody who wants to can make a society.
Sure.
The DC is 25.
Oh,
fuck!
Never mind.
I have a modifier of 15. I rolled like
I couldn't make that even if I rolled a 20, so yeah, no.
I think I could have made that had I had rolled like an 18 or something.
Do I want to know? Do I really want to use my last hero point to re-roll?
I'm going.
Figure out where Red Cliff is.
Tim's planning to go to like a library to do research, so whatever you could get from society, Tim's gonna go read in a book. So you probably don't need a society check.
Don't worry about that. Good. Okay, so that all said, so no one knows offhand where the fuck Red Cliff is, but you've got a name, so that means you can do research, and there are libraries here in Laurel if you wanted to like hit them up. So I guess the question that I need to ask the party at this is, it's roughly mid-afternoon at this time period. It's like 2 p.m.
Are the art studios closed?
No, the art studios keep irregular hours because artists be like that. Verdant, however, though, is a remarkably consistent guy. He works until sundown, so you've got a few hours before like
Callie
he's ready to close all.
I was gonna say
back to
Tim.
Verdant. Well, I will, however, probably leave Dr. Trevor's with Tim just in case.
Yes, absolutely. Tim would politely insist, like, please do not allow what I'm going to do to inhibit you.
Callie's gonna be like, all right, but I gotta keep an eye on you just to make sure and give you some extra hands just in case you need them. And then she's like, she opens up her little pouch in front of her. In her new clothes, she opens up a little pouch in front of her, and just Dr. Trevor's climbs out. He's like, I'm gonna leave him with you. You better make sure he's happy, and also keeps an eye. She also like whispers in his ear, keep an eye on him. and then she like he crawls down her leg and goes and like crawls up Brick's leg and goes and sits on top of him like a horse.
Good boy. Yeah, Tim's gonna attempt to find a library.
Okay, that does not take a lot of work to do that. Okay, so Tim's gonna go to a library. Callie has to go back to Verdant and sit with Verdant for a little while.
I just see a rat. What the fuck?
Yeah, like fucking like Dr. Trimmer's just like leaps from Callie to over to Tim.
He's on top of Brick, riding him like a horse, and just constantly making the galloping, just cluck noises every time Brick is walking, or the neighing of a horse, but it's like 100% accurate horse noises. Again.
Yes.
Brick barks like a fucking train whistle. Okay. So you know what? I'm gonna come over here to my notes for locations in Laryl.
Just.
And I'm gonna add on. Okay. All right. So I'm just making note of the fact that there is a library. And let's see here on the map. Let's X marks that spot. So let's see here. Let's put the library. Let's put the library up here. So library is going to be located up here. All right. So
corner library. I like it.
Yep. Sweet. It's this corner location here. But yeah, so here is our library. I'll figure out a name for the library later. But there, yeah, that's where the library is. So Tim goes there. Callie goes over to Verdant. So what does our Conrasu and our Leshy do in the meantime?
We just accompany Callie again.
Yeah, we're gonna accompany them. I'm gonna check up on some see if they've got any unmentionable books that are in the library for like spellcasting and shit.
He's gonna go to the restricted section.
Over to the restricted section.
Trust me, Tim is going to read these books, feel better, and be shooting straight for somewhere else.
He's gonna get pissed, and then he's gonna be like, it's murdering time, bitches.
It's murdering time.
It's murdering time.
All Tim's gonna unlock his 13th level giantizing spell.
Meanwhile, Callie walks into Vernet Love's office and he goes and he's like, "Oh God, it's her again!" And then goes and cowers under a table or something.
My God, it's her.
It's the woman that made the entire building shake with her giant construct and somehow detained a robotic automaton woman.
Bobot.
All right. Well,
I wish I could have taken her stuff.
The studio, such as it is a bit less populated than it was earlier. What with all of the like shit that happened.
There's a giant crack and like a giant like crater hole where Mr. Cervez landed on top of that woman.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of like snapped and cracked cobblestones and that sort of like jazz. Verdant, though, for his part, he mildly shaken by it, but you know what? He is able as like a fucking oak. So you know what? He rolls with it. And he's glad that you came back so he can finish up measurements, do this like, portrait for you.
Howie kind of like explains to him, he's like, "Oh, sorry about that. We got mixed up with something. Hopefully that doesn't stop the making of this portrait, because it would mean a lot if I could have this portrait made." Because Callie then kind of like looks at it, he's like, "The reason I wanted this portrait get done is I actually don't really remember what my mom looked like. I was so little when it happened, and when she was when she died." Callie kind of like tries to like not stumble and accidentally say the word murdered.
Well, Verdant, again, for his part, he doesn't pry into the details. Callie lost her mother. And he does go to the point of like telling Callie of like, well, now this is going to be a guess. This is going to be a guesstimate and approximation based off of your facial features and all that sort of stuff.
Callie kind of like, I know that would be guesstimate, but it will put me at a little bit at ease if I'm able to. My brother, who is obviously not here with us, was the one to tell me that I took the most after our mom. And I mean, Callie then kind of gets a little annoyed again. He's like, for some reason, he keeps saying that I look like a like a diet version of her.
That's sweet.
He keeps
you look like an unsweetened version of mom.
I look like the diet version of her, which for some reason he keeps saying I look like her, but like the not so like great version, I guess, or whatever. The not so I don't know. A tiny
a mini version.
A mini version, like our mom, but not our mom.
Well, no one truly loves their mother the way the son does, so perhaps it is just simply his recollection. You did say that it happened much when you were younger. Yeah. Is your brother older or younger than yourself?
Older. He's much older, but then Callie kind of like, never mind. Try to not say that like he might be a bit younger than he would be, considering he's been on ice for 10 years. She just leaves that part out, that he would be technically in his 30s, but he is still 20 now because he missed out on 10 years of living.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of questions.
She just leaves that part out, just like is he technically 30? Is he aged? Or is he just like still 25 technically? She just leaves all those unanswered questions out of the whole conversation.
God damn. What does that map look like? Jesus Christ. Okay.
He's old.
I was just about to like close up like my area map to
but yeah,
just unclutter my.
She does answer. He's older. He was a lot older when, like right around the time before they died, so he remembers them a lot better than I do. Is like basically the gist of what she says.
Okay. Well.
He also did say something that I kind of find a little funny. He said that he doesn't really much resemble Dad. I don't really know if that's true or not, considering maybe at some point I should bring him here and get a remembrance done of our dad with his look and see how well that does. Although I'm not sure about it.
Holy shit. Well, Verdant says, if you can convince him to come by, he will do his best to make sure that.
I would have had him come on this journey with us in order to do the painting, but he wasn't feeling well. She says, while looking away very suspiciously.
Again, Verdant doesn't he doesn't pry. He can totally tell that shit's going on, and it would be a whole hell of a mess of questions. But Jesus Christ, when if you guys go to Red Cliff, or to any of the other cities around it, I was looking around at some of the other ones here, and I clicked on one to look at what the city map looks like. And there is as a matter of fact, probably actually would be the city to actually go to first to then travel to Red Cliff, as this is like the port town. But the port city here is twice as big as Harham. And the map is gigantic.
Oh, yeah. You need a lot of space to create that many lies.
Yeah, I was about to say, I would think a factory town would probably be as big as, I don't know, London maybe? It's got factories in it. It's probably pumping out a lot more things than just automatons.
Weapons.
Average temperature. Average temperature in this location
Is it higher because
40,
of all the carbon dioxide they keep pumping into the fucking atmosphere? You get there and
40
it's just cloudy.
46 degrees, like in Prague.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I would imagine though it would be like 18th century like England, where it's like they're pumping so much like fucking coal CO2 into the fucking atmosphere that it's like like the nights are like pitch black dark kind of like shit, and it's like the air is actually like toxic to breathe because of all the CO2 in the air.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
like in this area of the, like fucking dick deep in the first wave of the industrial. So yeah, like it is, it is quite the mess over there.
yeah. We're gonna need to get y'all some gas masks, and Tim's gonna have to slap a filter on.
Gas man, my guy. Did you forget that Callie wears a fucking reverse diving suit and breathes through her like the water in her suit?
Even more so, we're gonna have to make sure your water doesn't get dirty.
The water starts getting like tar black or whatever.
Yo, don't get any.
So
We're gonna have to bring outside
she
water.
can't
We
see.
can't get
You
any
can't
of the
even
water
see.
in it.
It gets like black. You can't even see through like the visor. And she's like, guys, I think the air is toxic here.
I think the air might be a little toxic. It's like,
There's a town over here called Limpsbroke, which is right down the road from another little.
These wimps be broke.
what was the other one called?
It's either Nutsham or Nutsham.
Either way.
Either way, it sounds funny.
Yeah. Either one is funny as hell.
Yeah, and I mean like that one's kind of funny, but then like further down the road, the one that I was laughing at earlier, is there's a town called Nutso.
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 How
Yeah.
I do have to ask, how like out of character, how far away is Redcliffe from where we are currently on the map?
Oh geez.
Oh god.
Tim's
I have to,
Oh,
I have to, I have to
God.
zoom
Figure
out.
that out.
I have to zoom out a long way on this map. Hold
Oh
on.
no.
Let's see here.
We find out it's on the other side of the planet. It's like
I mean,
it's like this country's version of like China. It's just like we will have to dig a hole and all the way through and we'll be on the other side of the planet.
okay, let's see here. Let me just give you what it is. Let's see here. Come over to tools. Go to route. Okay, so we're gonna set our beginning point in Redcliffe. Then we're gonna come all the way over here where you
Oh my god.
to Laurel.
Holy fuck.
Okay, as the crow flies, it is 2,078 miles from here.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
My god.
Mm.
Yeah, we ain't going there
It
for a
is-
while.
It is a distance.
Is that is there like an ocean in between there? Is that just like all landmass?
Oh no, there's an ocean.
Oh, well, it's still awful. That'd be like a 2-month
Yeah,
journey.
that's- Yeah, for real.
Several
That's
month
like
journey.
That's like a lifetime. That's like
Honest-
something you would. It's a journey.
Yeah, that is a trip. Let me tell you.
Let me tell you what.
Let me tell you.
You would actually need to travel. Like obviously, unless you guys get access to teleportation or flight, you would have to take a ship, probably multiple ships actually. And part of that journey would be crossing through the like Azurketi dead zone. That like the area where the Azurketi like had their final battle with the like super psychic fish. That area is basically off limits from everybody, but there's shipping lines that go around it. So like you would have to take the shipping line though that goes closest to it to get over to the next continent to then go over around this place is.
Callie being like, maybe we should invest in an airship just for us, like a personal airship that I create or something. I don't know.
Hey, how do you guys feel about personal jets?
Yes.
Honestly,
I feel like Callie though is probably when she was in the airship was just like taking notes, just like, okay, so this is how the engine room works, in case she wanted to make her own like airship taxi service or something where she ferries goods back and forth.
Certainly.
She eventually
Okay.
adds like a little bar, like a barn or whatever to the workshop that's just literally like the airship docking zone or some shit.
I mean, that's a goal to work towards. Okay, so anyway, because there are, but that's enough of the map. Okay, so let me close that out. Okay, so, you talk to Verdant Love, who does like, the sketching and stuff. And as he's like getting started on like laying down like, of the sketch and whatnot, and he lets you know that what he's going to do is he's actually going to take several sketches of Callie's face from several different angles to, and then also like the list of like his measurements and all that sort of stuff to reconstruct, the closest thing that he can get to what her mom's face, should have looked like. That as he is doing all of that though, he does ask Laria, since Laria is there, like, how long has it been since you were last over in the Kingdom of Thorns?
How out of character? How long would it have been?
Potentially this entire life, incarnated time.
Oh, so when she reincarnated, she hasn't been there?
Well, maybe. I mean, that's up to you. I'm leaving that up to you as for Laria, and whether or not she wants to tell the truth on how long it's been since she's been back over to the Kingdom of Thorns.
I'd probably say in her current life, she's spent very little time there.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Verdant says that in his current incarnation, he hasn't actually been to the kingdom in his current incarnation. That he, in his previous incarnation, had come to this area before Laryl had been founded. And his previous incarnation was used as seed for the giant tree that's in the middle of town. So his previous incarnation was as the seed that grew into that fucking redwood.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And I guess that makes sense.
So it has
that
been
like he just
some fucking time.
He was in the tree reincarnated. Now he's what did you say? He's an acorn?
Yeah, he's like a giant acorn.
Giant acorn.
He's
a large
giant acorn. Adventure Time. The character that's the heart that has a face on it.
Yeah.
Ricardo.
That was the first thing I thought of when you said Adventure Time.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like it's just a acorn with a face on it with like little legs off. But said acorn is like 3 feet tall and about 2.5 feet wide, and is also remarkably good at fucking like sketching. So yeah, but he just asks like Laria some
long lifespan, most definitely.
Oh yeah, very much so. He just kind of like asks Laria some stuff about like, hey, have you met many other Leshies? Blah, blah, blah. Don't see a lot of us over here on this side of the world since the war and everything.
Yeah, I'd say she met a few, but like since she's like a traveling merchant, she doesn't really see them as much. Do
you remember? Do you remember any part of how things were before the Empire split in two?
Would she know?
Again, that's up to you on whether or not Laria wants to remember from what previous lives, some empire splitting.
I guess I'll make this check, right?
Yes. Okay. Fleshy lore.
That's a lot.
Well, that's enough to know that the empire that he is referring to in this particular question he is referring to the Empire of Thorns, which the Empire of Thorns split more than 1,000 years ago.
Whoa.
Well,
Like,
then my guess
remembers it was
is
1,000
she
years.
probably wouldn't remember that because she doesn't have that feat where she could remember like the previous lives and other that she used to. Yeah.
Yeah, but Verdant does. Verdant does have that where he can pull up memories from previous existences.
No wonder he's so good at drawing.
Yeah, and no wonder he's taken up a job of drawing.
Yeah,
you know,
that
faces
makes
of people who have
sense.
passed.
Callie then like kind of like wait, would Callie know about the any of this? Because since she's here, she's hearing all of this go down.
You can make a society
she
check.
would just say,
it would be a
so
high
long, I
DC.
don't remember.
Oh, damn.
Okay, that's good enough. Okay,
oh, damn.
So Callie would know that, like, okay, when he's like, Empire split, Callie's first thought would be like, well, the Empire hasn't split. Like, the Empire is just blah, blah, but that's the human Empire. The human Empire essentially counts its start date as, like, year 0 on the calendar, which is currently, the year 1750. So it's been around for almost 2,000 years. Oh, the only other empire, really, of any sort of historical note whatsoever would be the Empire of Thorns, which happened before the human empire. So it's from more than 1700, 17.
Callie kind of like freaks of it. He's like, wait a minute. Wait, how long ago did you say it was? Like, timeline wise, was like,
well, the split of that empire would have happened, like, historically, would have happened somewhere around 2,500.
Oh God, Callie like gets a word. You're not talking about that empire that split like almost 2,500 years ago, right?
Well, sort of. It's mostly just a fairy tale. I mean, as far as you're concerned.
I mean, everything I've read on it would indicate so, yes.
Well, when Gaz came, created this split that just simply could never be healed. And the whole thing just sort of fell apart. It was very sad. But, we have, in the time since it happened, mythologized it to the point where it's a bunch of, fairy tales and stories of great heroes and dastardly villains and things like that. In the reality, it was well, I mean, except for the destruction brought by that was very real. But but otherwise, though, most of it's been.
Callie kind of like thinks that for a second. He's like, that means you could have been around when my parents were still alive. Thinking about it, just from like a logical standpoint. And then she also looks at Larry. He's like, that also means you could have been alive when my parents were still alive as well.
I mean, yeah, they would have been alive and adults before your parents were born, and further and further and further. However old Laria actually is in her current incarnation is questionable. But as far as you've heard, as far as like Verdant, like if his previous incarnation was the fucking redwood tree, the seed for the redwood tree out there, then his current incarnation is at the bare minimum at least a century old.
God damn, bro. Shit.
I'd say Larry is about the same age.
Okay, so Larry is also about 100 years old.
Kind of like says, so you're telling me I'm sitting in here with a room full of senior citizen plants?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
Very old plants.
I mean, that's not too weird to think about, considering it Hazuketi can live till maybe 150. But I mean, that's only.
I think yeah, but we age really slowly.
Well, with us, it's more one of those things where once your mind starts to let loose, such as it were, is usually when our bodies begin to like fall apart and we move on into our next incarnation. And most of us, well, at best, we may dream of it. Some of us, like myself, choose to hold on to those memories. But others, and he sort of like gestures at Larry, not really. It's sort of like a blank slate, just starting over and over again.
Does Callie kind of like is like taking notes as well? Does like the body you choose also change how long you live? Like, say you took on the incarnation of a plant that could live for maybe about 300 years. Would your body then maybe per se live for about 300 years until that decaying were to happen? Or if you say you took on the form of a plant that could only live for 10 years, you would die pretty quickly?
Well, not really, but there is definitely some correlation. Well, as you can see, my new incarnation filled an acorn. And this is, of course, the seed of a tree, which oak trees can live for definitely 300 years. But I am still a seed, as you can see, not even a tree. So I could conceivably live for several more. Very pull of that sort of internal decay. It's not a physical thing. It's more of a spiritual thing. But that's why I've chose art. That's why I like living here in Laurel. There's so much art and new things that are coming along all the time. Things for me to grasp onto, to keep myself interested. It's when we get bored that the decay starts to set in. But sometimes there are some of us who choose to influence plants that are very rapid in their like aging. And usually what you get in that sort of situation is you get a new incarnation. It tends to go through childhood and adolescence at a rapid rate. And once they become mature, it basically stops until, it finally sets in.
Callie kind of like mysteriously looks at Ilaria as like, is that why you hang around us so you don't get bored and decay and disappear and then reincarnate?
Yeah.
Respect.
Something like that.
Respect.
I mean, all the explosions you kind of keep you engaged.
Callie kind of puts like, the end of her pencil in her mouth.
Some
and
leshies tend to work better in groups than like isolation.
Well, Callie kind of puts her pencil while she's still writing all of this down in her notebook. It's like, well, I mean, makes sense. Being around us is pretty interesting. And then she continues,
never a dull moment.
And then she continues to write more down in her notebook. It's like, okay, how do I take this reincarnation and like apply it to myself so I can live forever? As like you start seeing her mumble to herself and writing stuff down in her notebook and scheming and whatnot.
How do I distill immortality?
Simulacrum.
But that quandary aside, let's zip over to the library. So, Swag.
Yes.
You said you were looking for the forbidden shit.
The forbidden books.
As in, like, books that detail the town's history and, like, trying to snoop around to see what the underbelly of this place is like.
Okay.
Right.
Then
I say I'm looking for like spells for dark magic or something.
I don't think a library would hold that kind of shit. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, public libraries don't keep much in the way of like cursed books full of dark magic.
Yeah.
Callie just like says, the usual, Dad. If you see anything that has an invention that'd be pretty useful for me to learn, Just
Hop on by.
Just stick the book in your back pocket and walk out of the library with it, or rip the page out entirely. It's like that scene. What fucking movie was it? Or the one where he's just like they were. So I remember the scene. The guy was turning pages in a book, and there was like a part in the book that he really needed, and so he like coughed and like ripped the page like really loudly, and the library's just like rips.
Rip page out. Okay, so funny enough, Pathfinder being the game system that there are actually rules for you doing research.
Oh damn!
You can actually participate in a research challenge, which has like DCs and levels attached. So we've got a research challenge on our hands. Specifically, Swag is looking for information about the town, but looking about, as you said, information about the underbelly, the dark side of things.
Yeah, the seedy underbelly.
The seedy underbelly. And then Tim is looking for the specifically of a place called Redcliffe. Besides that specific location, what else are you looking
for? I guess anything that has to do with like, other than Redcliffe, anything that has to do with Viva Machina.
Okay. All right then. So, let's see here. Let me come over here. And let's see here. Okay, so then for Swag, I'm going to need to make a society check, DC 20.
I'd have to make a 17 in order for it. All right. I'm going to hero point that.
It's possible.
Fuck!
Oh my god. Damn, bro. We've not been having pretty good. I think I was the only one who had luck with reusing.
You know what? I don't think we're going to be going into combat. I'll burn that last hero point.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah. Come on. God damn it.
It was by 2 points. Fuck.
Okay. Well, then what I'm going to say is you don't learn anything about the underbelly in and of itself. But you do learn that Lariel has been around for about 200 years, as far as like, any settlement worth making note of here.
Mm-hmm.
That it is a settlement that was founded by the Empire shortly after establishment of Sazion earldom, which basically the state that you are in. So very shortly after that, the Empire was making headway in this direction, and they found a good spot where they could, establish a town, and that is, what Lariel into. That there were smaller areas around this location that were held native catfolk, and most of those essentially just absorbed into Lariel. You can make the check. You can clearly tell that whoever wrote this was careful in their wording about how exactly that process happened.
This is coming off as extremely racist to me for some reason.
Quite weird.
But other than those little basic tidbits and things like that, also it points out that in roughly a century ago, a tradition which is active was established here in Lariel. The Lord Ruler would be advised by a council of citizens who are highly respected. exactly what that means, this doesn't go into, but it's like these highly respected citizens, though, are unknown. Like they are whoever are the current members of the advisory council. They are only known by titles specifically, as opposed to names, and then that title moves from like one holder to the next, to the next, to the next. And they have like a very complicated like vote process on like how they elect.
That they have titles and not their names is obviously setting off some alarm bells to me.
Yeah.
Yes, they have titles, and I can even tell you what those titles.
That's interesting.
The 8 councilmen are known as.
Hold on, let me get out a pen and pad real quick.
Okay.
Write this shit down. Probably a good idea, yeah.
Okay, so the one that is also the most as far as like positions are concerned, like whenever the council gets brought up, this is the position that gets like spoken about most of the time. That one is called the sculptor.
The sculptor.
The sculptor. The second one is the painter.
That one I think we might have already met.
The next one is called the weaver. The next one is the master of seams.
Master of seams?
Yep. Then there's the glass-smith. The illuminator. The vocalist. And finally, the conductor.
He drives the train.
Choo choo.
He's got them cum gutters.
Why do I hear Thomas the Tank Engine in the distance?
Once you hear Thomas, it's too late.
It's like, what was that? Choo Choo Charles? Just the dang.
Yeah, you hear the distant sound of the chimes, like the train chimes in the distance.
But yeah, those are the 8 councilmen. The sculptor is the one who is known to be the like quote unquote face of the group. They all wear masks which are identical. You never know. So even if you you don't know which one of them it is that you spot. So they're all just kind of like default to the sculptor. And whenever a public statement needs to be made or whatever, it's defaulted to the sculptor is the one who talks. But they advise whoever is the current lord, which you know that the current lord is that guy that y'all met back at the bunker. His name is Inar Grandblade. The Grandblade family also owns the Grandblade orchard that's, just off to the side over there. They grow a shitload of apples of various varieties. And they make a lot of like fucking like cider and stuff like that. So that's the other Grandblade's like claim to fame. The other thing about the Grandblade family, several human generations back, they rose to power during a old conflict, which again the books are very careful in describing the situation. But it was basically a the Trail of Tears.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like basically that sort of situation. Like imagine if like if Custer had survived the Battle of Big Horn and had become like super famous, and then like children became famous, and so on and so on. That sort of thing.
So bad.
So he's a douchebag. All right, noted.
The famous ancestor. Yeah, big time.
It's like looking back at your ancestry and finding out that your great grandfather owned a plantation and had slaves or whatever. It's like
ooh.
It's like, uh-oh, that's not very nice.
Uh-oh, stinky. But yeah, that is clearly in the history. None of that is hidden. It's although it
Like
is
an
very
open
obviously
secret.
been, although it has been like, doctored a little bit to seem less bad than it is. So there is definitely that.
There is one more thing I do want to do while I'm in the library, and I want to use detect magic.
Okay.
Magic.
What do you want to do?
You know what? I'm just trying to see if I can find if there's some kind of shenanigans going on. Just shenanigans for shenanigans' sake.
Okay.
Maybe like
make a shenanigans check by casting detect magic.
It'd be cool to find if there's like a book that has like magical writing in it or something. That'd be kind of cool.
I hear the dice being rolled. Now it sounds like he's eating them.
And you take 248 paper cut damage.
Okay, so
on what, his dome?
Yup.
On his branches.
That's sharp paper. Sharp
his
paper.
branches just get a tiny.
Okay, so
meter-wide cut.
not really finding much in the way of your research into the seedy underbelly that probably exists here. But as you're going around, there is one section of the library which is noted as containing books that pertain to religious practices, religious history, as well as some like notes on occultism and fae shit and things like that. And as you're just like, that seems like the place where something like this would be. You're like, I cast detect shenanigans. You get shenanigans as there are multiple pings in this section from multiple books.
Damn.
How many pings to be exact?
Well, you don't have the feat that allows you to rapidly analyze large numbers. But like,
I mean, he did say he's not good with numbers.
couple of dozen.
Even though he's a Rasu and he should be good with numbers.
Yeah, even though he's literally made out of math. Not good with numbers.
Look, all those deaths have caused a syntax error. Okay.
All those universes that I've had to shift to because my daughter kept choosing the one option that get her killed every single time. I had to.
But yeah, you do detect several books as having the presence of magic on them, or in them, one or the other.
How much time is left in the day, should I say?
Well, we're also coming up here to the end of the session, but by the time you get to this point, let me look over here at the research rules. How long does this take? Oh, this takes hours. Okay. Probably not much. It's probably approaching like the end of the day, and the library like stays open for an hour after like sundown. So you know they're not about to like kick you out, but it's getting close.
Just because we are nearing towards the end, instead of like sitting here and getting everything, I will say if Tim is allowed to like take books, be like, hey, can I rent these? I'll rent them and bring them back, and like a library card situation. Tim will buy a library card.
Rent.
I'm gonna rent knowledge.
Rent knowledge.
Okay.
Callie laughs. With multiple stolen library books and multiple stolen pages out of multiple library books.
She's got a Rolodex of forged library cards.
It's like, just write it.
How else do you think she got all this endless knowledge that she just pulled us from?
Take the book, write the information, be done with it.
Citizen in the library? I don't think so.
Okay, Tim. If you would have Tim a DC 20. Give me. You've got. What is Tim's lore specifically? Besides the automaton lore.
Legal.
Give me a lore check. Give me a legal lore check.
You know what? That actually would Oh shit! Never
Okay.
mind. I was gonna say that would apply to a city, if
Yeah.
all the legal bits and bobs.
What was
Okay,
the
well-
DC?
Okay.
20.
Well, the DC's 20. So you don't really come up with much. You do find one oblique reference to automatons mixed in with all of this, which kind of explains sort of like the town's stance, as it were. That there is a relatively new law on the books here in Laria that came about sometime less than a decade ago, where there was some event that involved a probably automaton, individual. It does not say that in the text. Like there's no like calling out of like an automaton to this, and we had to make a fucking new law about it. But it would goddamn imply that was
Some automaton did some baloney.
so. Some automaton either did some baloney or was accused of some baloney, and it caused the creation of a whole
New law.
and that law does pertain specifically to automatons and constructs. It specifically calls mechanical, non-organic creatures. So,
What's the law?
The law is that you can be in town so long as you don't jaywalk or like fucking spit into the wind or whatever. If you commit even the smallest of crime,
That's really
you are
weird
you are treated with like they throw the heaviest book they can.
It's so funny that that's the case when it's like that would be the case for everyone else. Just like if you commit a crime, we throw the book at you. Except they specifically had to make a law about non-live people, like automatons. Like specifically, this is the not alive people rule.
The older laws, like Tim can put together the logic of like some lawyer probably took the statute of like this law doesn't actually non-living people. This is about living organic people. So therefore, my client is actually probably actually wasn't an automaton that caused it. It was a lawyer.
It was
an automaton's lawyer that caused it.
This is my lawyer. Yeah. His name is Bebop.
This is my lawyer, Bebop. You may call him Saul.
Bebop call Saul.
So, either way, that's your research turns up. You don't find any connections to Vivum Machina here. You don't see any sort of like thing about like the creation of automaton.
Tim is going to come back. Tim's going to come back and search again next time. But
Callie afterwards
Tim
might come back and after probably buying alcohol from Minnow, I forgot I needed to do that at some point, but he'd come back and may covertly steal some books out of this library.
Tim's holding the library card. We can't just like rent them and then I can write it down. You don't need to.
But if they write it down, they got my name on record. Do you know how many stolen fucking library books I've stolen? You know how
I can't let the library get my. I can't let the library name. They'll send the library guards after.
I'm running out of names. My current library card name says Rebecca Shaw.
Well, yeah, okay. I feel that.
Rebecca Saw Goodman.
Rebecca Saul. Better call Rebecca.
Rebecca. Okay.
Baby.
So. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So.
It says Becca Saul Goodman on it. On her library.
Rebecca Saul Goodman.
Library card.
Okay. There's one really last check that I need to make.
Oh no.
It would, you know what would be even funnier is if the books were free. Like they just gave the books away for free. So Callie stealing all the books is just kind of pointless because they give them out for free or whatever.
Like
it's like that episode of SpongeBob where it's like, oh, you stole a balloon on free balloon day.
Yeah, can't even do bad if she's trying.
Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. Okay. All fucking righty. Well, here we are at the end of session. You guys can character XP.
How much?
150.
Sweet.
Cool.
As there technically was combat going on.
Yeah.
I was in that combat for maybe like 5 minutes, and I had the most. I did the most in like the least amount of time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you just kick open the door.
Sometimes
yeah, baby.
Boom,
Hoorah.
baby. Yeah, just like that scene in fucking, just boom, baby. I just thought about it. Where the fuck is Jay? He's been missing this whole time.
That's what I'm saying.
I think maybe he fell asleep in the shower.
Probably.
Oh my god. Oh my god. If that actually...
He fell asleep while doing this in the shower.
He fell asleep while like he had like he was like blow drying his hair, and he fell asleep while blow drying his hair after getting out of the shower. I'm just saying, man, I hope he's doing something. I mean, it would be nice if he told us what he was doing before he went and did it. Like, I know he went to go take a shower. But like,
yeah, but you know, it's also entirely possible. Like, he got in the shower.
Yeah.
Like, his mom comes over and, hey, I need you to help me.
That's probably what happened, I would imagine, unless he literally.
Or his
like,
job called him up again and said, like, hey, we need you to marinate more chicken.
Hey, we need you to marinate more chicken. Oh, God, I hope that's not what it is.
Marinate this shit. I'm not even at weekday. We said marinate this shit.
Marinated. It's like marinating means to let it sit. Marinate.
Actively marinate.
They lock him in the fucking restaurant overnight to watch the chicken marinate.
A watched chicken never marinates.
It must be seen.
We need you to keep eyes on this chicken so it marinates properly.
Ouch. Just got a message from Citrus that while they were out like doing deliveries, they tripped in a parking lot and scraped their knee.
Speaking of which, I need to put this recording in Google Drive and send it to Citrus, because I did promise them I was gonna, even though I record basically every session, I just have them in a file. I got like fucking like 30 goddamn recordings now. And
that's because we've been playing some damn game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's so good to be back. I'm happy.
So happy.
I
It's just like the most Jamal is up. As I was mentioning him, man has woken from his slumber.
Awoken.
What was I saying? Oh yeah. I just love how like everything, the entire fucking session was going bad for you. Just like everything, and then you got saved just right at the end. Just you barely managed to make it out. I'm happy you did, because, man, I would have, if I was in your place, I would have beat the absolute fuck out of that automaton woman. She's too smug, even for Callie's sake. That's some fucking bullshit.
Yeah, Tim. I was trying to like play as Tim, so I knew Tim really didn't. Tim doesn't get angry too much.
I think you played him perfectly. I think you played him.
Yeah.
Like, you did the right amount of, like, how would Tim act in this situation?
Tim can't, like, again, he doesn't experience emotions the same way humans do. So when he was depressed because he kept hitting a wall with this interaction, it just pulled him back to base, which was robotic, following the motions kind of thing. So I was like, that's how Tim would experience it. He's just like,
That's how I was playing Callie the whole session as well. Because Callie was like, Callie for like the last, I don't know, like 2 or 3 sessions is like, oh, this Vernon Love guy, I gotta go get this photo because I would really
immediately got interrupted. Like, the one thing I'm not wanting to do.
It was like lasers from upstairs and a gunshot and whatnot. It was just like I think even Callie and the rest of the party knew, is like as soon as like they heard Vernon Love say there's a robot dog doing backflips outside, that they knew something bad was about to happen.
Like, I was trying to go. I was genuinely. I was like, I didn't, because Tim didn't know that she was a robot until he grabbed her. Because had he known she was a robot immediately, he would have just gone off. But he was like, "This is the flesh person. Don't want to hurt him too hard at the moment." And then she pulled some baloney, and Tim was like, "I ought to rip that."
All right, gloves coming off
your shoulder.
Tim was like, "I'm gonna rip the core from your chest."
Give me your eyeballs, bitch.
Give me your eyes. Yeah. This is an awesome session. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I keep imagining Callie sitting there like the Mona Lisa for like 30 minutes, and then you just hear bang, zzz, like upstairs, and like the loudest thud ever of like somebody hitting the ground outside the windowsill or whatever. And then Callie's just like, oh god, what is interrupting me now? Yeah. I love how we're getting into this whole scuffle about like the how are they called, like the something machina or whatever,
the Viva Machina.
Vivid Machina. When we came here to specifically deal with like a dragon problem or dragon adjacent problem, and we've done anything other than deal with it at the moment because we've been getting interrupted in our day
to day. We're doing this fucking.
I do find it.
That shall constantly be fucking sidetracked.
I think the funniest part though was the part where it's just like it all linked out, like it all just coalesced into the same area. Hey, Jay's here.
Hello, Jay.
Where are you?
Hey, Jay.
I'm like, I fucking hate myself.
What happened?
Nah.
No, don't.
I thought you took a shower.
Did you take a shower?
I took a shower, and as soon as I got the shower, I just physically crashed, and I couldn't do anything.
Did you fall asleep in the shower?
No, I got out the shower.
Okay, good. Because that's somebody made a joke about you falling asleep in the shower. Oh God.
I was about to join, but I couldn't physically just mentally process to want to join because I'm just out of there.
Some good rest.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got rest, Jay, because it sounded like you.
Yeah. Did you get some good rest? I mean,
I'm like,
bullshit about having to come in and marinate the fucking chicken or whatever is kind of bullshit.
I'm like, but Josh, you gotta keep him realize I really didn't get proper sleep for the last 2 days. Including the fact I cleaned my room just to build my fucking desk.
I'm not pissed. I just said I was asking if you got some good rest because I want you to get some good rest.
I'm like, somewhat, but I'm fine for now.
You ain't beating those allegations of sleeping in the call, though. I will say that. You ain't beating those allegations of falling asleep during every session.
Still, though, I'm glad you got rest, Jay.
Yeah.
And
That's good.
we had a good sort of relaxed, high, role playing session.
Relaxed.
Yeah. I'm like,
I think it was relaxed for everyone except Tim.
I relaxed for literally other than Tim.
I'm like, just catch me up, cause.
Yeah.
Oh God, where do we start?
I'll give you. I'll send you a breakdown because I told Citrus that I would send them a breakdown too. So I'll copy paste it over to you, Jay, so you know what happened. But yeah, otherwise though, to everybody else, thank you once again for being my test subjects as I fucking run y'all and hit you with random ass bullshit. It was fun. Everything was very, everyone did real good, and it was just a hell of a lot of fun hanging out with you guys playing this game. So, love you, mean it. I will talk to you guys later.
Lizzie, are you okay?
Gotta go. Yeah, I'm okay. But I do gotta piss like a racehorse.
Okay, so you're not okay. You just have to really take a piss. The piss is flowing his emotions.
Yeah, the piss is just like backing up.
The pose of a flow of my emotions.
I gave me.
I'm a gonna
Don't take a
pee.
piss, Fuzzy.
Anyways, I love you guys. I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a good, lovely night.
See y'all then.
Later.
Yee.
All right. I'm going to move over to mid-watch in just a bit because Kujo wants to show that movie.
He wants that smoke.
He that and the movie.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Hold on a minute.
Oh my god.
Right. But I am glad you got some rest though, Jay.
Yeah.
I'm still tired as hell.
That sucks.
Like I'm physically drained.
That does.
And I really don't want to do nothing, but I'm up.
Yeah, I had a like when they were mentioning books, I just thought about that thing that I thought about like a while ago for like a few sessions of like Callie and like Seamus's like fucking wizard house or whatever, wizard hut, and there's just like books stacked to like the ceiling or whatever, and her reading all those books into the night or whatever.
So, but really, what happened?
Well, what happened is Callie was like, my schedule doesn't say in here that we got to deal with this automaton who got himself in trouble. We go into Verdant Lab. And then Tim at the same time was also like, scanning, surveying, realized in himself that the party was definitely going to go meet with Verdant Love.